into this because you're not going to be able to do it, okay? I'll get yourself around to a friend's house who's got one. Everything else, there is a £70 kit. So I'm going to break the value down so you understand it, right? £70 kit that goes across all of the classes. So what you've got in that £70 kit is you've got your watercolour pens, you've got your alcohol colouring pens, you've got specialist ink pads. So, for example, John, if you're doing watercolouring, you need to use a water-resistant ink pad, because if you use a water-based ink pad, as soon as you put more water on it, looks like a big muddy mess.
Oh, okay.
So you need to use the
I don't
opposite.
know things like that.
That's what you'll learn this weekend.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't it be really frustrating if you come onto a class, you signed up for remote class, and you thought, oh, I've got the watercolour pens, I'm fine, but you had the wrong type of ink. You don't need to worry that in the kit you've got the watercolour pens with the water-resistant ink. Then you've got the alcohol pens with the alcohol-resistant ink. So you've got the right type of ink, so we're going to teach you all of that. Then you are going to get things like your duetting pad, so that's a beautiful new technique that you're going to learn all about. You've got your water reactives, so that's where we're going to do all of our lovely kind of depth and dimension colouring onto there as well. You've got core things like your ribbons, John, and your sequins and everything. But then what I love about this, right, is every class that we do. So I'm going to start off with the very, very first class, right? So if you are joining us on Saturday for the first time, this is what we're going to learn first. This is a 90-minute class with Leanne. So Leanne starts off, right? Now, when you get enough detail on this, can you see that it's actually cut out? It's a die-cut piece, and then not only is it being die-cut, but it's been 3D embossed, right? So if you want to get that lovely, where you've got the shading and the colouring, yes, it's watercoloured, but it's die-cut and embossed. Now, if I open this,
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Hi everybody, welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It is fantastic to have your company today, and what a cracking day I've got for you too. You picked a good one. Let's start as we always do with our early bird. Oh, hello. We will be doing our early bird, but I just love those little birds tweeting. We're just getting that ready. How are you today anyway? Get your messages in, say hello. You can check us out on Facebook. You can send us an email. studio@sewingstreet.com. Awesome. Great to hear from you. You can send pictures too. Show us what you're up to. You can also message the studio through Facebook, Sewing Street TV. Send us a little message there, up to 50 characters. Nice way to say hello there as well. And of course, don't forget, We have our call centre you can call if you've any questions or queries. All available as well. Right. Are we ready to do our early bird? Amazing. Let's start as we always do. There we go. I think the birds were still sleeping, don't you? Here's our early bird. Oh, now, remember, you're not paying anything like that price. This is a fab deal. Where would we be without our sew-line tools? I mean, my goodness me. We've got a real variety here of different sew-line tools. I mean, who doesn't use a sew-line glue stick these days? I'm obsessed with them. I've got numerous ones because they're so useful. You're getting 4 different tools in the box here. You're getting 2 mechanical pencils with different colours. One has pink leads and the other one has white leads. So it's going to really show up on pretty much any fabric at all. Perfect for marking half square triangles or stitch and flip units. Great for marking for dressmaking. Super, super useful for quilting lines. You're also getting an air erasing pen. Brilliant. Don't write your birthday cards with that or your personal checks either. Yes. Or I once did a quilt label and I wrote this beautiful quilt label all out thinking it was permanent ink. And then about an hour later I looked back and it was like, where's my message gone? And then last of all, your glue stick. Absolutely brilliant. Now, a combined value of well over £40. The regular gift box price is $39.99, but it's our early bird, so come on, let's do the magic. And this is what I really like. Look at that. That is a £20 saving. That's better than half price. Better than half price. An absolute steal, I think you'll agree. Now, if you've already got a glue stick, you don't need me to say, it is always super useful to have another 1 or 2 or more. Of course, you can refill them, but just having 1 upstairs, 1 downstairs, 1 in your toolbox, 1 in your workshop toolkit as well. The air erasable pen, again, used for things like quilting designs or marking your fabrics with, where you want it just to disappear, where you don't want to have to physically remove the marks. And then you've got your 2 mechanical pencils. Always, if you are using a pencil of any kind to mark templates or lines, always use a mechanical, for the simple reason that that lead is so fine and so thin and consistent. So it doesn't matter. If you use a regular pencil, the more worn down it is, the thicker the line gets and the more distorted the shape becomes, the line, the template, till in the end it's really bears no relation to the original. But this is going to stay consistent throughout. Now, some good mornings to Anne. She says, morning, lovely, Stuart. Thank you, that deserves a kiss. Jan says, good morning, Stuart. Lovely to have your company this morning. And you too, Jan. It wouldn't be the same without you. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, Claire. And Dahlia says, good morning, Stuart and team. Let's just say a quick hello to the team in the gallery. We've got lovely Laura producing today. There she is. Hello. And Bruce. Woohoo. There he is. And Dan is on floor. Mysterious Dan. No one ever sees him, but he's there. Where are you, Dan? Where are you, Dan? No, he's not coming out. A great early bird this morning. It's our Sew-Line gift set. And also the lovely thing is that it is done as a gift set. So look, you get this lovely gift box for everything to go in. So if you're thinking, well, don't need that at the moment, Stuart, but that would make a lovely Christmas gift for friends at the Guild, or, you know, or you could split it up like that. But if you want to gift it, then there you go. It's in a lovely gift box as well for $19.99, half price. Absolutely brilliant. Today's early bird. We've got a message from Carol. Morning, Carol. She says, hi, Stuart. It's my birthday today, and you are my birthday present. Carol, you've been so much better than that would imply. You deserve a better gift than me, surely. But I'm going to send you lots of kisses and a big happy birthday from us here at Sewing Street. Have a fantastic day, won't you? Ah, that's nice. Right, I'm going to leave that early bird with you. Let's have a look at our menu and see what's coming up today. We're very excited in the studio. We're very excited because we are launching a brand new Liberty collection. You've already found it online. Over 20% of my stock has already gone of the mega bundle. It's Liberty Postcard from Paradise at the launch with Susie Duncan. Susie is in the building. Whoop, whoop. At 9 o'clock, we've got the really useful bag and Liberty Fabrics with Susie, so a bumper 2-hour special. At 10 o'clock, I have got fabulous Katrina Whitten from Rowand Dean Embroidery with floral fireworks. That is one kit, but actually I've got loads of amazing, vibrant embroidery kits in that hour. They are so beautiful, and we've got some back in stocks and some brand new, so shop ahead. Now, at 11 o'clock, Susie Duncan is back with the Liberty Postcards from Liberty Postcards from Paradise Quilt Kit with Susie Duncan. It is such a beautiful quilt. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Rowand Dean Embroidery with Katrina Whitten, a final hour with her. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic morning. So that's what's coming up today. Now, if you want to learn how to shop, if you've never shopped with us here before, there are a few different ways you can do it. Let me tell you how easy it is to shop. You can go to our website. Now, our website is www.sewingstreet.com. And you can shop so easily there. Win a cream tea with John Scott. Do you have to share the scones? I don't share food. I don't share food. Anyway, you can, if you click on Watch Live, it's at the top there. You can watch the show, you can message us, and you can also see what we've already shown on air, our early bird, and also what's coming up on today's shows. There's our early bird. Here's what's coming up on today's shows. Lots of you have already spotted that fabulous new Postcards from Paradise collection from Liberty. It is such a pretty collection, such a pretty collection. It's gorgeous. That is coming up today. We've got kits, we've got mega bundles. We've got a gorgeous bag with accessories. There's your kits. There's your pattern. If you want to shop ahead, you can. It is such a gorgeous bag as well. Great for the beach, great for shopping. Really useful, actually. It's a really useful bag. It's a really useful bag. Is that Susie Duncan's voice I hear? And also, look at all this lovely Rowand Dean embroidery. So gorgeous, gorgeously saturated colours, amazing base fabrics. I mean, just beautiful. And also 100% wool fat quarters. They are stunning. And they are specially woven for Rowand Dean. There's that Liberty Postcard from Paradise Quilt Kit. It's absolutely fab. All right, let's get cracking. Morning to Mo, by the way. She says, morning, handsome and team. Just for the record, she's referring to me. Just like to say, to take it where I can. Lots of lovely mornings. Morning to Hilary as well, and to Donna as well, and Delia. Oh, listen, great to have your company. Susie Duncan! Mwah! Looking totally tropical.
Absolutely.
I mean, ready for paradise.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm sending you a postcard.
Do please send me a postcard. Now we need to crack on, Susie, with the launch of this mega bundle while we still have some.
Indeed.
Because over a third of the stock has gone already. If we could change over that. Oh, brilliant! Thank you. Brilliant. Right, okay, let's crack on then. Let's have a look. This is gorgeous.
Really vibrant, very summery. It's deliciously.
It is delicious. I'm going to start showing you the fabric. And while I'm showing you these fabrics, let's talk about the price. Because this is the brand new launch.
Yes.
And we've never seen this fabric before. It
No.
is totally gorgeous. It's not 134.85, but it should be 7.5 metres for 125.86. Susie, that's amazing.
That's
62.93 on split pay.
Some of
Very easy way to look at these fabulous,
They just
fabulous
make you smile,
fabrics.
don't they? Such
They
happy,
really are.
joyful colours.
Totally beautiful. Actually, I said to you this morning, didn't I? This is my favourite Liberty range that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you do think you are sat, you know, in bright blue sky, on a terrace, sipping a whatever you're drinking.
Lemonade.
Yeah, I was going to say coffee, actually. Just taking it all in.
Stunning.
And you've got all this flora going on round you.
It is. It's so pretty.
So quintessentially tropics and paradise. It's
But
lovely.
also as well, it's sort of summertime in Britain as
Yeah,
well,
it
because
is.
I'm seeing morning glories,
Yeah.
I'm seeing passion flowers, you know, I'm
Hibiscus.
seeing familiar flowers.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got
Oh, over
Verdant
50% of the stock has gone.
it's gone. But it
Low teens. How many in baskets? Oh, my goodness me, right. It's all in baskets, bar 4 bundles.
Gosh.
You need
get
to be
cracking.
quick on this.
You do need to get cracking. Yeah, I mean, you can see a summer hedgerow.
Yeah.
If you ignore the fact they're orchids, we don't have many of those in our hedgerows, but you can
Although we
see
have
that
British
hedgerows.
orchids.
We do, yes. Yeah, they're little wild orchids,
They
don't
are.
they? Yeah, they're really pretty.
It's
but
really
it's
pretty.
really vibrant, really bright and colourful. So I actually think even in winter,
Mm-hmm.
if you've got something made in these colours, it
Yep.
just adds that warmth and vibrancy and happiness
It really does.
from the summer
It
throughout
really
the year.
does. It's very pretty. And it has a gorgeous cottagey charm too as well.
Yes.
I mean, we've got this beautiful quilt coming up later. This is at 11. But I just think, now, tropical paradise.
Yes.
This is English
Yes.
cottage, beautiful
Yes.
bedroom.
Or formal gardens, because of the way
Yeah.
it's designed. It's very formal garden layout,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's
make-
such a pretty range. And I think when you see it in a quilt, it's very, very pretty, soft and gentle, but vibrant as well.
Yeah.
Just lovely. Now, I need to let you know that 2/3 of my stock has completely gone, checked out, going to its brand new forever home. Okay,
Please
you
don't just leave it in a cupboard.
I mean, keep it, stroke it. I lay my fabric, when I get new fabric, I lay it out on the table that I'm going to pass every day. And, you know, minute by minute, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about how it's going to turn into something gorgeous. Literally single figures of this bundle left now. If you want this, you are going to need to be very, very quick. It's 125.86. It is brand new today. You are getting 15, yes, you heard me right, 15 half meters. I know, it's so gorgeous. And there's so many beautiful fabrics. I think that's a cracking price. You're going to miss out. Now, I also need to let you know that although I have some smaller bundles, and I have some of these fabrics by the half metre, I don't have them all. And what that means is, well, I'll get the mega bundle next week, we may very well never be able to do a mega bundle, because if we haven't got all the fabrics by the half metre, then we can't do a bundle again. What's the backstory to this collection, Susie?
It's been inspired by the Victorian biologist and artist Marianne North.
Right.
And you can go to Kew and there's an exhibition about her as well. She died in 1890, so sort of at the beginning of Liberty's sort of journey, really. And she was famous for her detailed drawings of particularly tropical flowers.
Got you.
Through her journeys.
Wow,
So
3 bundles left now. Be quick.
what they've done is curated inspiration from that with certain hand-printed archive collection pieces that they have within Liberty, and the design team in today's studio have put all that together and then come up with this collaboration of different pieces, quite modern, a lot of them.
Yes, there's a real freshness to the collection.
The Gabriella Bloom is the oldest inspired from the 1990s.
And yet that looks like the freshest, most modern fabric.
Yeah, exactly.
Shall I tell you something? The mega bundle has sold out.
Oh dear.
It has sold out completely. Well done if you got your hands on this. I'm going to push this to one side because I've got some colour bundles.
Ah, excellent.
Now, I'm going to start with the blue because we're so limited on the blue. I've got really, really low single figures. We'll give you the details for the blue. Oh, these are really pretty. There is a little crash on this as well. It should be $44.95, but you are going to get it for $42.95, which I will take any saving I can get these days.
Absolutely.
This is so pretty.
It is pretty. So you've got the big collection is broken down, like most of the collections from Liberty, into colourways. So you can, if you've got a favourite colour, you can link into it.
That
so
is
we've
stunning.
got the Gabriella Bloom, which is that,
it's lovely.
which is that gorgeous hand-drawn. Originally, this was a pencil drawing.
Really?
And what they've gone in with is a fine liner pen to give in the details of the hibiscus and the magnolias and sunflowers. So it's a real summer flower collection against this beautiful pastel, almost oregano green.
Oh, it's lovely. I've got 5 of these bundles left, and then that's gone 2. This is passion flower,
This is passion
Passiflora.
flower sway, yes.
Lovely.
Yeah, with the verbena bundle behind it, and it does sort of move in the breeze.
See,
and
we're
these
both plant mad,
templates.
you and I. We love
Yeah,
our gardens,
we do.
and
Yeah.
these fabrics are just
It
divine.
is so inspirational.
This is a very, very pretty fabric. And I just want to show you this in the quilt because this is one of the fabrics that gives real blood in the veins.
Vibrancy.
It is. It's life. It's here. And can you see how it gives it that gorgeous cobalty pop? And then also in the border and binding as well.
And then in the other colourways, it frames the other blocks as well. It was designed specifically in-house for this collection. So it features the lotus, it's called Lotus Spot because it's the lotus flower or a stylised lotus flower. And then the ditzy dot that we've seen appearing in a lot of the collections, but it gives movement to the whole thing.
Totally. And then Morning Glories.
So this is
Are they?
Tumbling Vine, this is
Oh,
called.
okay.
Yeah.
Tumbling Vine.
And you've got, it is Morning Glory, it's convolvulus.
Yeah.
But most of us see convolvulus as a weed in our garden, don't we?
Bindweed.
Yes.
Yes.
We hate
But not
it.
Morning Glory.
But not these. These are convolvulus, the proper ones.
I remember the first time I ever grew them and I didn't realise they were like a one-day flower.
Yeah.
So I'd waited all this time for these flowers, and it was like, there they are. And it was like, by the end of the day, they were dead. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then the next day, there were more out. And it was like, oh, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, but most of us look at it and think, oh no, we need to get rid of that because
Yeah.
it does intertwine, and this depicts it so well with the outrun runners coming through and the trails.
It does. It's gorgeous.
Beautiful movement in that.
And then your little ditzy print to finish.
It is
Such a
really
well-balanced
pretty.
collection, isn't it?
Yeah, very pretty.
Hugely over-allocated on this. I've literally got a handful, less than a handful in fact now. 4 bundles left. It's $42.95. This is a quilt. This is a few bags. This is garden accessories. So many lovely things you could do with this.
Yeah, I mean, your summer cushions for your garden furniture, one in each of the colourways, would look absolutely stunning on your patio,
would be beautiful.
wouldn't it?
Now, in the quilt, they've used a white on white as the neutral,
Yes, they have.
which really adds a bright crispness to it.
Yes.
What neutrals would you add to this? What background?
You'd want something that's a complete contrast to showcase the fabrics, I think. So I would probably pick out some, probably a paler colours so that these shine through. Because if you start going dark, although they will shine against, I think you'll lose that summer vibrancy.
So maybe like a soft blue or a soft cream.
If you can pick out this, and then yes, the ivory that appears as the background in these two prints would look really stunning.
I think it's a gorgeous collection.
Really lovely.
I've got 3 of those bundles left. I'm going to show you the other 2 colourways while we've still got some stock, but please, please don't hang about. Check out your basket. If you want the big collection, the mega collection, we're just going to quickly show you the details because we have got 2 available. 2 have bounced back. Yeah, there's like 20 of you with that in your basket. So if you want that, it is available. I'm going to get the mauve.
The mauve, have we called it?
Mauve.
It's fuchsia.
Fuchsia. It is fuchsia.
It is fuchsia.
I'm just using the
real-
words that we've picked.
Oh, okay. So this is really
Love
raspberry
It is.
fuchsia tones, isn't it? Really in your pink, in your face,
Gorgeous.
bright colours. That I've actually got a dress not too dissimilar.
Oh, very
Surprisingly,
nice.
in my small collection.
I mean, that
This
floral's
one, yeah.
gorgeous.
So this is the hero of the collection. This one, which is Orchid Tumble, and it is literally just a collection of different orchids, different sizes, different shapes, tumbling through this beautiful verdant green background, and it is a lush green,
It
isn't it?
really is.
a
It's full of
very
life. It's full
strong
of life.
Summer green.
That is such a pretty
It looks,
colourway.
but doesn't it look different from the blue
Yeah,
version?
totally.
The blue version for me looks like early morning.
Yep.
You know, when you first go out and there's a slight dew on the ground and you've got those sort of bluey hues. And then this one is like midday sun,
Yep.
boiling hot.
Yep.
It's almost bougainvillea, this one.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yeah. A gorgeous, gorgeous
Really
range.
stunning.
Definitely my favourite from Liberty for some time. I just think every single design in this collection really works
Yes.
and they're beautiful
Yeah.
together.
I mean, I can see this as a tea dress as well.
Oh, I totally see you in a dress in that. It is lovely.
Or even this, to be fair.
Yeah. But think as well, half a metre of each of these you
Yeah.
could patch together and create something.
Oh, stunning pieces.
Would be absolutely lovely. Children's wear.
And because of the scale of the print, even if you're going down to even 1.5 inch squares, you'll get tremendous detail. And obviously, with Liberty, the ability to fussy cut is always there as well. So if you love your fussy cutting for whatever project you're doing, it's very easy to do that and still get the overall effect that the the team wanted.
And it's so
with the layout.
recognisably Liberty as
Yes,
well, isn't it? Which
absolutely,
I think is
especially
really
these
important. Now, I do need to give you a stock warning. Single figures left of this bundle when you've all checked out. Now, you know it's really important to check out your basket. Otherwise, it can just disappear and be gone before your very eyes. So do check out and then know that you've got the bundle you wanted. You could add in something like a gorgeous fuchsia solid. You could add in something like a lovely, warm, neutral, an ivory, a latte. Which one is that? Is that cream? I think that's cream.
Yeah, it's a bit...
We'll check and we'll let you know. But I've got a bundle of solids that will go with this collection very nicely. The yellow would work too, wouldn't it? Look at that.
Sunshine bag. Just a two-tone bag in
Yep.
that.
Yep.
And then your lining
Yep.
would be that. And it would just, everyone would go, wow.
I know, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Really, really popular, this one as well. Now, I've got one more colourway to show you.
So is that the coral?
Is it coral? We've just called it pink.
Oh, have we? Okay.
Yeah. We're a
It
bit
is actually
basic like
coral.
that. Well, absolutely gorgeous again.
It is. So again, you've got that hero orchid tumble.
There's orchid tumble. Whoops. There we
And
go.
I think the blue flowers on here, so the ones that are sort of the hibiscus flowers, shine through on this one. And
Totally.
the tiny little orchids. It looks really pretty.
Yes. Actually, I didn't see those in the other print.
It
They
was
really
hard
pop.
to see. They do, don't they?
Gosh,
Yeah.
I've only got 8 of these bundles left. This is going to be a sellout of everything show, Susie, I think.
Is it?
Yes.
Me
it's-
too.
Well,
Do I
you
get
know,
sold?
No. Absolutely stunning, aren't they?
Yeah,
absolutely stunning.
They are. You can find something in everything, and with a lot of the collections, we've seen that if you look at something on the diagonal, so if you're going to do your bias cutting with Passion Flower Sway, you've got that ribbon effect.
So you do.
So at 45 degrees cutting, you can create a ribbon or a border that's got the whole of your print rather than a cross section.
You see, so you've got almost like a cross hatch. So if you were using this for a bag, just
You
quilt
can quilt.
straight through.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's very clever, isn't it? Very clever. And this one, again, if you are not great at free motion quilting, I think it'd be great fun to follow some of the vines on this. Safe drawing them anyway.
Remember the mega bundle? Now the mega bundle, has that sold out now? Yeah, that's completely sold out. Would you say though, if you wanted to mix across the ranges, if you're buying more than one colourway in these bundles, say you're getting the coral and the blue, you see the blue fits in absolutely beautifully. Totally. Can you see? Yeah. I've just slotted in that blue fabric there.
And look how it suddenly brings the blue flowers to the fore.
Totally,
as well.
Totally. If I put in a little bit of this green as well, and you can see there again, so again, if you're mixing and matching, this is mixing a few elements in from a different colourway, they just all work so well together. It's gorgeous.
Very clever design studio back in Liberties.
Yeah, I think they've really, really struck gold with this range. I think it works beautifully.
Really pretty. And I think because obviously this is Liberty's 150-year celebration.
Yes, tell me more about that.
So they have lots of inspiration on their website that you can go to as well. But if you are fortunate enough to be able to go to the head flagship store in London, you can see several iconic exhibitions and collections, some of which you have given your time to curate as well. So there is the Patchwork Collection installation, which is a massive piece of
and
artwork.
I was in London, and I was planning to go, and then I forgot.
Yeah.
And next thing I was travelling home thinking,
well, it's there till
I think
it's the 24th of July. It finishes.
Fine, and back down on the 1st.
Yeah, I'm going to go in July. But whilst you're in there, also visit. They have opened up some of the archive as well, and they have put together a specific archive collection. So you've got an insight into what's been stored behind the scenes.
Great.
And where the inspiration for the modern Liberty is coming from. There's also a tribute for the 65th birthday of Grayson Perry.
Okay.
So there has been a collaborative collection put together throughout the store in scarves and sleepwear and things like that, which would be... I haven't seen any of it yet, so I'm really excited to see what they've done with that. So there's lots of things going on, and I love the fact that the Patchwork Collection was us as users and sewers being able to celebrate Liberty with them, and it's just great fun.
Fabulous.
And I think this is a beautiful collection of vibrancy and summertime to help. A real fiesta.
Yes, it
in
is.
there 150 years.
It is. It's gorgeous, beautiful. And it has got that tropical look. But as I say, it also looks really cottagey, really sort of quintessentially kind of English country cottage kind of.
It hasn't lost the Liberty side and aspect
not
to
at all.
It's still there, but it's just vibrant and fun.
Yeah, gorgeous. Now, I do need to let you know, I have got 5 of these bundles left, and then it's gone. Remember, we can't remake these bundles unless something changes, because we don't have all these fabrics by the half metre, and that means we can't restock. In fact, our producer Laura's asked the question, can we restock, and had a definite no. So if you want to get this bundle or any of the bundles, you are going to have to be really, really quick on this. All of these are in baskets, which everyone checks out. We've got nothing left, and disappointed customers.
And I haven't got any that anyone can have either.
Haven't you got anything stashed in the boot of your car? Well, you're no use to me, Susie Duncan. Goodness gracious me. Morning to Susan. Morning, lovely. How are you? Right. Do we have any of the blue bundle left? Couple left of the blue. Couple left. Do we have the pink? Okay, we've got a little bit of that as well. Right, now, we've got a few complementary bundles to share with you. Let's do Liberty first. This is a very, very pretty. Works in its own right, actually.
Yeah.
Works in its own right.
I mean, Emily Bell.
Emily Bell, Wiltshire Shadow.
And August Meadow you've got there.
Can't fail, really.
Absolutely.
You're going to make a saving. You're saving £4. You're getting 6.5 metres, and these are absolutely perfect for blending with your brand new Postcards from Paradise collection, or use them on their own as standalone fabrics.
So these are the timeless editions that the design studio recommended, complemented the whole collection.
Oh, fantastic.
And you can see why.
You really can.
Because not only do the colours work superbly with it, but you've also got detail within, especially the Emily Bell, that you can see appearing in the collection fabrics.
Oh, perfect.
So it's a fab collection, as Stuart said, even if you're not going to use it against the Postcard from Paradise collection, just standalone. I mean, just strip piece that as it is, and you've got a fabulous summer bag, haven't you?
Absolutely lovely. Yeah, really, really lovely. And the colours are vibrant, but there's also a softness to them, isn't there?
Yes, and they're usable whatever scale, as backgrounds, as complementaries, as you said, standalones, because of the detail, particularly in Emily Bell, where you've got the line drawing going in as well. It's,
I mean, these fabrics I could use till the cows come home. They're so usable and actually blend really, really well with other fabrics that are non-Liberty.
Yes, they do. Yeah, it's a good colour palette to have as a stash, even if you're not going to use it against this collection. But I mean, I think this against the convolvulus would look stunning. And then if you wanted to really stand out, then have your Wiltshire Shadow art.
Yes, if you want some high contrast, those two together.
It just makes the star in the centre of the convolvulus flower really pop forward.
Yeah. It's lovely, absolutely lovely. And $46.94, great price to get that lovely Liberty in your collection, in your stash. You're saving £4 on this bundle, and you get 6.5 metres. There's a lot of fabric there.
It's a lot of fabric.
It is a
it's
lot
a
of
lot
fabric.
Of bag linings. And
it really is.
Yeah.
It really is. Yeah. Loads in baskets. I don't have loads of stock, though. So, you know what I'm going to say.
You can use the quilting weight cottons, the Lazenby cottons, for dressmaking if you want to as well. They are designed for quilting, but that doesn't mean that's where it stops. Right. You can use them for dressmaking. They make excellent kimonos because they hold shape, and you can get some beautiful colours. I mean, a kimono made in the postcard collection.
Oh yeah, well I'm thinking a summer version of my Haori jacket.
Yeah, I'd like to do different sleeves, one in different sleeves, and then a back panel that's split as well in different collections. So you could really go to town with this.
Yeah,
on the
gorgeous.
clothing front, you don't have to just use it for quilting, bag making, but cushions, particularly in the summer, just adds such a vibrancy to a room or your outdoor space that you use. Or a fabulous, I mean, that for me smacks picnic.
Oh, a picnic quilt, yeah. The quilt hanging behind me, by the way, behind us, is coming up at 11 o'clock. But just be aware, the kit is flying out. So if you want to jump ahead onto the website or call our call centre 0800 001 4433 and get your order in now, and then you can sit back and relax and watch Susie show us how to make it at 11.
Yeah, I'm not making the entire thing at 11. I just point out.
Just smidgens,
bits.
bits. Yeah, absolutely.
Bits.
Yeah, it's good enough. But I would shop ahead on that. Lovely. Right, we've also got a complementary bundle of solids which we have also shown a few of against the collection. You're also making a saving here, as if it wasn't already a fabulous price. Should be $19.95. You're paying just $15.95 for this. And colour-wise, Laura, I'm hoping you can tell me. We've got, so we've got yellow. We've got raspberry first.
Yeah.
Then we've got yellow. Corn yellow, thank
Yeah.
you. Next up, powder blue, light grey, kind of works with everything, and then cream.
Works
Cream.
really well, particularly with the blue side of the collection.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a few fabrics
Yeah.
actually and just show how they would work. So you're getting 1/2 meters of each of these. I mean, very stashable anyway, but it's also really good to have these fabrics in your stash, especially if you are working with this collection. So for example, if you really want to sort of rev up the heat, then raspberry with something like the convolvulus is just glorious.
It is, isn't it?
But, you know, if you want to kind of just soften the whole look up, I'm just going to grab this and just look at that. So if we just have a little pop.
A faux binding.
Yes. Now, actually, I shouldn't talk about tomorrow, really, but on tomorrow's show, I'm going to be showing you how to do a faux piped binding to add a pop of colour at your binding, and a binding that's totally machine sewn, no hand sewing required. So you could do that with this. I think that looks gorgeous. Pillowcases, cushions,
Absolutely.
that little pop.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to change it, I'm going to grab the yellow, pop that in. That's stunning. But a really
Totally
different
look. Yeah, it makes the whole bag or whatever it is you're creating look completely different, doesn't
Yeah,
it? Yeah,
really
it gives
does.
different
Really
dimensions
does.
to it.
That's the corn yellow, but remember you're also getting magenta
Yeah.
and cream and light grey and powder blue, 1/2 metre of each.
Yep. And the powder blue works really well with the coral side of the collection as well. So that's the
Oh, yes. Do you want to grab
particularly,
those?
yeah, lotus spot and powder blue together makes the lotus spot look completely different, because the
It really
outer blue
does.
wheels suddenly come to the fore, and it,
Yeah.
for me, it makes the flowers almost become 3D out of the fabric.
I can really see that.
And
It really makes
the
them
spot
pop.
background disappears, which is the intention of the polka dots anyway, to have this swirling background, not in the fore. But just putting a blue tone against it really makes the flowers come to the fore. And it works, even if you do put the convolvulus, you can still see the blue coming through.
Isn't it
It's
interesting
just-
how you change one element
Yeah,
and suddenly the
absolutely.
whole thing looks different?
But using the planes as blenders,
Yeah.
just, you don't have, not necessarily throughout, but just here and there. Not only does it save the valuable hero fabrics for features,
Yeah.
it makes the feature fabrics work in a different way.
Yeah, it
And
does.
it's, as you say, leaving them out and placing them in different arrangements and folding them to create different shapes, sometimes really kicks your creativity and your design that you don't think you have logged up in your head. But believe me, we all do, whether you try and hide it or not.
I think
we've all
especially
got
when
it.
you've got the
Yeah.
fabrics in front of you, most of us, it's hard to think about these things in the abstract.
Yeah.
But when you've physically got the fabrics in front of you,
Yeah.
and you can try, and also try different amounts, so try a little. Sometimes, like for example here, I'd go with a lot of that powder blue and probably a little of this.
Yeah.
Whereas with something like that really vibrant yellow or pink, then I might use a really fine strip or fine binding or something like that. So it's just about finding the right proportions and the right colours.
Yep.
Really, really stunning
Yeah, you
bundle of solids
You don't always
there.
have to use a whole piece for the collection to look amazing
Right,
and stunning, because
exactly.
it does anyway.
But of course, if you
things
make and
down.
sell, adding in some solids, adding in some plains, some calico, that kind of thing, brings the cost per item to make down, but it's still quintessentially Liberty,
Yep.
and that's where your price comes from when you're selling. Right, we've got a message from the Highlands of Scotland. Hi, Caroline. She says, wow, I've bought the full collection, complementary and solids bundles. I'm going to make a patchwork quilted jacket first.
Excellent. Good one, Caroline. Yeah.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, beautiful. Patching, perfect. Now, if you missed out on the mega bundle, remember you can buy individual colour bundles, put your own collection together. I do have some fabrics by the half metre too, but I don't have all of them. Now, obviously things have got a little bit rearranged, so I'm going to grab the blue collection first of all. Do we have the passion flower? That has now lost its code. Oh, there it is. JDYV72. We don't have that.
I'll fold it.
No, I can't. Yeah.
So that
Fine.
can go in my bag. Then,
That can go in your bag. KAYV31. No, we haven't got that either. I did tell you.
I'm doing well.
You are doing well. You've got loads there. MSYV45. It's that little lotus, gorgeous. Lotus spot.
And this one's got that beautiful mauve colour coming through and a delicate pink.
Yeah.
But that still works with the collection.
It does, it does.
And
But
I love
also it's such a gorgeous, vibrant pot.
It is really bright blue. And I love the fact that each of the flowers are different. They're not...
Yeah.
It's not the same flower repeated in different angles. It's different flowers.
It is really, really pretty. Now, this would be fabulous for a summer dress.
Yes.
It's also been used in the binding, the border and the blocks in the quilt behind me. So it's one of the, I mean, that tells you this is, you know, professional quilt designer who spotted this fabric and thought, wow, what a great all-rounder. And indeed it is. Works in the blocks, the borders and the binding. So this is the kind of fabric to multi-buy on, and lots of you are. It's £8.99 a half metre, cut to order. So if you need 2.5 or 3 metres for a dress, order 5 or 6 units, and that will come in one continuous piece. Morning to Martin, by the way, who says hi on Facebook. Hey.
Do you want me to fold it?
Yes, please. Oh, please tell me that this one's available. HSYV24. Yes, good. Right. Because this is so pretty.
Gabriella Bloom. I think this of the
Is this our
collection.
favourite
I'm not allowed favourites, but I think this might be my.
I am allowed favourites, and this is my favourite, probably in this colour as well.
And when you look at it stretched out like this, it looks absolutely stunning and detailed in its artwork and design work. And you really have to concentrate hard to individualise the flowers, because there's so many packed into small spaces, isn't there?
It's gorgeous.
I love it, and try and identify them.
Yes, very detailed, but also I think that sort of just line work against that solid background is just so contemporary looking and fresh, but also very traditional. So if you're a traditional quilter or sewer and you want to just freshen up your look, these fabrics are a gift.
They
aren't
are,
they?
yeah. I mean, it's not quite a blender, but it's getting there in as much as you've got big pieces of the cream ivory background with a nod of the green, which would really highlight other pieces.
It would also make a fantastic.
Me to fold it on the lines.
Thank you.
Not that I'm a bit OCD.
Slight judgment there. Last one in that collection.
My OCD.
YHYV48.
And Dan's giving me evils as well.
Yes, we do have this one. Great. Because
Tropical
again,
breeze.
this is that sort of, yes, in this collection, obviously, but also in so many other applications.
See, I'm looking at this and thinking little girl, well, possibly a shirt. I'm thinking little girls' dresses.
Yeah.
Because it's that sort of, you want to do it all small, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you're a doll maker, this is absolutely ideal.
It's a great scale, isn't it?
But as you were saying, shirt-wise, I can see it on the reveres of cuffs and
Oh, I'd have that
collars,
for the whole of
can't
the
you?
shirt.
Well, yeah.
Yes, something like a
No, I
fine
would have
baby
one of the
blue
others
pinstripe.
and have this on the reverse. I mean, Lotus Spot or the Paradise Vine as the shirt, and then this as the Revere on the collar.
Love that, yeah. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous, and it's flying out too. This is available by the ½ metre, so if you want this, you know, this is one of those that it's very easy to overlook in favour of something bigger, brighter, splashier. This is the one you will use 5 metres of. The splashy one you'll use ½ a metre of.
And the way that it's been incorporated into the quilt breaks up the patterns, which softens the harshness of the geometry quite significantly.
Yeah.
And then in the centre here, where it cuts the corner of the 4-patch type block.
I am just going to show you as well, look at the backing. Now, that is beautiful. We've got the extra wide backing fabrics from Liberty in the, no, not the next hour, the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
If you want to shop ahead, we've got loads of different colours. Oh my goodness, I need all of this.
Yes.
Right, let's go back to our by the ½ metre. Let's do the coral red collection next. Now I'm going to grab again the orchids. Which, do we have this by the ½ metre? Yes. We've got that, great.
That's
so
good.
Again, dressmaking, this would be ideal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be absolutely ideal. To be fair, whatever you chose to do, it would work really well. It would be a stunning, just standalone. Can you imagine one of those, the bags, you know, with the big clasp handles?
Beautiful.
That would look really lovely for summer, especially if you're going to a garden party or a picnic in the park or anything like that.
I think this is also the one which is most obviously that kind of border or, you know, alternate block fabric as well for quilt making. If you are buying this speculatively for your stash for quilt making and you're thinking borders, what do you tend to buy quantity-wise?
I buy at least a metre because by the time you've strip-pieced it down to, you know, in your 2.5 or 2 1/4, whatever you use, you get enough out for whatever size quilt you've got.
Binding.
Also, for binding wise.
Yeah, but if
for
you were going to use it as a
borders,
border?
I'd probably get 3 metres.
Okay.
Because then I've got plenty of scope to do, because I like to make my quilts double-sided. So if I've bordered it on the front, I like to somewhere have the border from the front featured on the back.
Oh, nice.
Whether it be a big central panel or something. So I'd probably go quite large on the
Fab. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Right, next one, PBYV.
Passion flower.
This is the passion flower.
Yeah.
This has been our most popular fabric so far. Loads of you already checked
And I can see
out.
why, because of the versatility in it, because of that 45-degree prospect, as it were.
Yes.
And I love
Passion flower sway.
I love the movement in this particular fabric.
And also this little ditzy in the background. It's so pretty.
It's like the breeze has come through and just knocked off a few of the petals from the verbena, hasn't it?
It's gorgeous.
It's
It
so
reminds me of home. My childhood home, we had a passion vine growing all around the back door, and roses and honeysuckle. And it was just absolutely beautiful. Yeah. That is so gorgeous. But please don't hang about on that one. It's been very, very popular. Right, next up, I've got that beautiful Gabriella Bloom. Everyone's, well, it's certainly our favourite.
Yeah,
this is super pretty.
And I think the line drawing on this colourway, the coral colourway, actually comes through even more.
It does.
It's a really strong colour. And you can see loads of detail. And it's not just lines. You've even got, look, within the foliage, they've created these tiny little bubbles to create the leaf elements.
It's very, very clever.
Very clever, very modern.
Fresh, contemporary.
It is. I absolutely adore this.
Again, great for dressmaking. A blouse, a top, a kimono, a dress, a shirt.
A shirt
for a man, a shirt in that would be
stunning.
gorgeous.
Oh, can you imagine going to a wedding and you've got this as your
I'd wear
shirt?
it for going to the shops,
Well,
but yes.
Okay.
But I do need to let you know, I've only got 10 metres of this left. Now, a shop...
Shirts. That's a lot of shirts.
Well, it's 4 shirts. Yeah. That's all. It's 4 customers. It's not a lot at all. That's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. Right, next up, we've got that lovely lotus spot.
Yeah.
I'm learning the names. Again, really, really pops, doesn't it?
It does. It's really fun. I like, again, there's movement in this. You haven't got that 45 degree because what they've done is make the whole thing sway. So there's no linear line, design through the floral element.
I've got even less of this, though, than the previous fabric. Lots of you checking out. Less than a bolt. I mean, a shop might buy a bolt for their whole season.
Absolutely.
We buy numerous bolts, and it's gone in a day.
Yeah.
So when I say we've got 10 metres, that is literally our last in stock. And I don't even have that of this.
I've literally got a 2.5-inch square left of it. That is all I have of this one. Very sad.
Now, last one in this collection. That's the one. There we go. It's that gorgeous Morning Glory or Paradise Vine.
It is, yeah.
Paradise Vine.
Yeah. But you've almost got a line, 45-degree line through there, but the flowers aren't straight within it. But
I think it's just gorgeous, full of movement.
It's really good fun, this one.
They've captured the kind of twisting and turning and scrambling up the house.
But by keeping it tight in its repeat, you can do very small, if you are doing 2.5-inch pieces for anything, you're going to get a lot of design in there.
You are.
It's not going to chunk, the flowers aren't going to disappear. People are still going to see the fabric design come through.
Absolutely. Right, last up then we've got the mauve collection, or pink. We called it magenta?
The
fuchsia?
Fuchsia it is,
Fuchsia.
yeah. Fuchsia is the official
Here we go.
colour.
Right, we've got this one in stock.
Orchid
Brilliant.
tumble.
Yes, gorgeous. Orchid tumble in mauve, we've called it. No.
But with those corally, orangey colours against it as well, which is what you see, don't you, in a summer garden?
Yeah.
You see all those colours come together that normally everyone would go...
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah, we've gone full on riot of colour this year in the garden. We've got it all going on. Shades of pinks, reds, yellow, you name it.
Yeah.
And you've got all of that in that fabric too, haven't
Absolutely.
you? Very, very recognisably Liberty, which is just iconic. Absolutely iconic.
Yeah.
Right, next up, let's do the Gabriella Vine.
Bloom.
Oh, do we not have this one? This is VPY V14.
She's searching in the bags.
Okay, do we have this one? Okay, that's fine. Oh, we perhaps had the wrong graphics for something else.
Oh.
For the red, was it? Yes. Is it this one? That one has sold out. That's VDY. Okay, that is gone. Okay, that is gone. We do have this. Okay. Gorgeous though. I'm just going to grab the fuchsia solid and just look at that. Look.
Yeah.
And if you just
Magenta
did,
with it is just stunning.
you know, a little edging, a piping on a cushion or something like that.
Or have that as your bag lining. When you open your bag, how crumb.
Yeah, absolutely. Just beautiful.
Top of a pocket.
Yeah. Just
look really nice.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Or a purse or a pillowcase. Have that as the end of the pillowcase.
Yeah, the piped edge. Yeah.
Lovely.
Really cool.
Lovely, lovely.
It is. Love it. Gabriella Bloom.
Absolutely pretty. Really lovely. Right, next up, we've got the Lotus. Lotus Spot.
Yeah. So that's got that gorgeous limey citrus colour.
RVY01.
So it goes really well with the Emily Bell that you've got in the bundle here as well.
That's really
picks
lovely.
out the centre of that flower.
Yeah, that's a perfect colour combination, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right, $8.99 per half metre for this one. Okay, next up. Oh, morning, Tracy. She says, good morning, all. Have a fabulous day. You too.
Absolutely.
You too.
I mean, who wouldn't, looking at these gorgeous colours and
Great
designs?
start, isn't it?
Absolutely.
This is MKYV72.
So
We've got this one. Great.
Yeah, so Paradise Vine in this fabulous, vibrant, summery yellow with the gorgeous fuchsia flowers, heads, and the buds in a slightly paler pinky colour as well. Trailing vines, it's really, looks busy, but the plant's busy, isn't it? So I think it really emulates the plant itself, because that's always all over the place. But I think this is really bright, summery.
It really is.
Makes you want to sit and just take it all in, doesn't it?
With a gorgeous, fresh, fruity drink.
Yes, yes.
One last fabric and then we've done it.
Have we?
First
Wow.
hour of the day.
Gosh, quick.
It does fly by, especially when you're surrounded by loveliness.
Yeah.
This is NBYV30. And again, it's one of those fabrics that you could use 10 metres of over a period of time, because it's such a useful fabric.
Yeah, so you've got the tiny little frangipani inspired bloom that's been hand drawn to create the iconic ditzy Liberty print.
Yeah, it's just lush,
it is
isn't it?
really clever the way it's put together, because actually, if you look very carefully, I don't know if it'll pick up on screen, I don't know as it will, that or it's my eyes, could be, but from this angle, I'm seeing diamonds.
Interesting.
In the lines.
Like diamonds in the lines.
So,
I'm almost seeing little wave
yeah, you
patterns.
can see like clamshells.
Can you see the waves, like clamshells? Yeah.
So if you're going to use this for a quilted, even if it's a cosmetic bag, I can see some really good quilting.
Clamshell quilting.
Yeah, would
Yummy.
be amazing on this.
Totally there with you.
Yeah.
Again, I have less than one bolt left, less than 10 metres. It's almost nothing in our world. So do use the break to check out your baskets. Did I fold that nicely, miss? That's pretty good for me. Come on.
It is,
Credit
actually.
where it's due.
It is.
Thank you. Right. That is just the start of today's wonderfulness. Thank you for sharing the first hour with us. If you missed out on the Mega Bundle, don't worry. We've got loads of lovely opportunities. Bags, quilts, you name it. I'll see you after the break, and we'll see you after the break.
You
too.
will.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
I mean, who doesn't need a really useful bag? I mean, that's the point of bags, right? They look gorgeous, but the main reason is that they are functional, that you can carry loads of stuff in them, that there's plenty of room, that you can get organised in multiple different ways, including an extra bag that you can't lose, Love that. And the mesh, the eyelets, absolutely love that styling detail. It's a brand new bag from Susie Duncan. It is called the Really Useful Tote Bag, and it is just the perfect summer bag. Trips to the beach. I'm thinking my novel in here. I'm thinking probably my towel here. I'm thinking,
Towel where?
well, a small towel.
I was going to say that's a very small towel.
All right, let me backtrack. My novel there, my flip-flops there. Are we happy now?
Well, a little less worried, I think I'm going to say.
Sun protection,
Yeah.
very important.
Yeah.
Don't go lower than factor 30.
Hat.
A rolled up hat, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And something else. Phone,
aid kit.
keys. Yeah.
Always take a first aid kit.
First aid kit. Oh, you're a mum, aren't you?
Yeah.
Love the handles. It's just gorgeous, right? Now, I have got 2 different kits, including this one. They're all Liberty, absolutely stunning as well. I've got pattern on its own and I've got a digital download. So let's jump straight in with the kit to make this version right here. So first of all, you've got your brand new pattern from Susie. It's the Really Useful Tote Bag, 18.5 inches wide, 16 inches high, 4.5 inches deep. So you've got that really sort of wide gusset all the way around that's going to make, perfect for shopping as well.
Yeah.
A great shopper.
Yeah, it is a good shopper.
Now you've also got your mesh fabric. This is by Annie. Great quality. Do I use all of this mesh in one bag?
Quite.
So I'll have a little bit left.
I'll show you how much you have left.
Cool. You get your mesh, then you also get your fabrics, and these are from the brand new Postcards from Paradise collection from Liberty. So you get that gorgeous lotus spot. You also get that Gabriella vine. You also hear, now I always forget the name of this one, Susie.
August Meadow.
August Meadow, so pretty. And then look, this is Macawa linen texture. So even your solid isn't a solid. It's absolutely beautiful. So all of your fabric to make the bag. And remember, this is a big bag. You've got mesh pockets on both sides. You have got that beautiful Macawa linen texture lining. You've also got that really pretty August Meadow blender there as well. Absolutely fab. And don't forget, inside you've got a second bag attached with a security cord. I mean, if you don't want to attach it like that, you don't have to.
I have said in the pattern it's optional, but it's a good way of not losing the bag with your
keys,
phone, your sunglasses,
the car
keys. How often do you get back to the car and go, oh no, where have I put the car key?
It's my worst nightmare, the thought of losing my car key anywhere, but particularly on a beach where, like in the sand.
Not a hope.
You ain't ever finding that.
No.
Look for somebody with a metal detector.
Also, when you've got, you go, wherever you go, you've usually got at least 2 bags.
Yeah.
And you're always fumbling around, aren't you? But by putting it on the lanyard, it meant I can just pull the lanyard and find everything again. Yay.
Well, what a great bag for taking on a flight as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you carry on. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Right, that's the first kit.
Just check the carriers.
Yes, for size.
Because they've all changed them, haven't
But
they?
of course, for things that sort of crumple down, brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, for us, it's a good one for camping as well, because with the mesh sides, obviously camping, you're on ground. So the mesh just allows the sand, the earth, whatever it is we're camping on, to come out. So I'm not taking half the land back with me.
Absolutely. Right, second kit. This is a blue-grey colourway, really, really pretty. So you're getting the passion flower.
Yeah, passion flower sway.
Really beautiful passion flower sway. You're also getting that gorgeous tumbling vine as well. You're getting some Wiltshire shadow and your light grey solid, and then your mesh fabric by Annie in grey. So you're getting all of that. You're also getting your pattern, of course, and this is the version that Susie's going to be making for us on air. So we'll see how this one comes together, but really, really gorgeous range there, works really well. So that's our second kit option. Now, if you'd like to buy the pattern on its own and use your own fabrics, then absolutely. We'll do the physical pattern first. This is the details you'll need for the physical pattern. It's $9.99. Lots of you have already checked out your baskets. Well done. And you get full instructions there. You don't have to do any templates. There's no templates to cut out.
No templates. It's
all
just
measurements.
rectangles.
Great. $9.99 for that. If you want a digital download, we can do that too. That's $9.99. Different details though. And remember, with the digital download, it's an instant purchase, instant download. So you could be making your really useful tote bag today. Also, with the digital download, because there's no templates, you don't actually need to print this out at all. You could keep it on just your iPad or computer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very, very easy to download as well. Very simple for doing that. Right, that is the pattern. Right, let's get into demo.
Okie dokie. So it is extremely easy to put the bag together because it's one panel. Each of the sides is just one panel. So your biggest question is, because you get the same amount of each of the two fabric, collection fabrics in these bundles, is which one are you going to use for the sides? And I went for the tropical vine as my sides. You're going to then cut your mesh pockets, and I was left with the same again. So you'll get 2 bags worth out of your
amazing
mesh, and it's really lovely to use and work with.
Is it easy to cut? Is it stable?
It's really easy to cut with a ruler and with scissors, I was able to cut it double layered as well.
And you just rotary cut it?
Rotary cut it as well. So once you've cut them to size, you're then going to just put a binding along the top. It just neatens it off, and it also stops you catching it and makes it easier to put things in the pockets. And I've used the Wiltshire Shadow Blue as my binding. So I'm going to...
so you've done a single fold binding.
So I've done a single fold. So I've done like bias into the middle, wrong sides together, and now I'm just going to press it in half to go over the top.
Okay.
But you can use any of the other fabrics in this. The pattern does suggest a cutting directions, whatever you want to call them, to get the best out of each size of fabric.
Okay.
But if you want to mix and match, then that's your bag.
You can always dive into your stash, can't you, and add a little bit extra.
Yeah, and if you wanted to have one of the feature fabrics on the front, you can do that as well.
Susie, that mat is really dirty, that ironing mat.
It's not looking great,
Would you like a new one?
I would love a new one.
Oh, let's just...
Can I just point out that I didn't make it messy, though.
You'll keep it lovely, I know you will. Oh, that feels good. I've opened it.
The cut and press is such a useful mat to have in your kit.
Let me give you the details. It's such a useful thing. I'm going to let Susie have a beautiful, pristine, clean one. This is your gorgeous pressing surface. It's a June Taylor product. It's so professional. It's just brilliant. You've got that pressing surface, padded pressing surface on one side, and then you've got your cutting surface on the other, plus your carry and storage handle as well. It's a brilliant product. $54.99. Susie, this one is for you.
Oh, thank you.
Let's replace.
It's like my birthday.
You know, I like to look after my guests to the best of my ability.
Well, you've done
and
a very good job
that's the
for me,
least I
have
can
to
do.
say.
There we go.
Exactly. It's really lovely.
Ah.
They are great for taking to workshops. I took some to the retreat I did at the weekend.
Yes,
they
that
were
looked fun.
well used. Yeah, it was great fun. Lovely lady.
The queue for the ironing board is notorious at workshops.
Yes.
And it's so frustrating, I think, for people going to classes, having to waste their day waiting
But
for the iron.
With the cut and press too, what's so good as an extra feature is the cutting mat on the back. So you're not having to take both items with you and find your desk space big enough for both items. That's what I really love about the cut and press too.
I agree with you. Why take one item or two items when you can take one?
Just the one.
Now, we sort of jest a little bit about the mucky marks. Of course, they don't affect how well the product performs.
No.
And, you know...
It's aesthetic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Totally aesthetic. So I am taking a long time to do this because what I've actually done is done the binding as one long piece rather than cut it down.
Okay.
Which means I can run the whole thing through my sewing machine in one go and then cut between.
Why do two things when you can do one?
one?
You're doing a lot of 2-for-1s today.
It is a 2-for-1. The outer bag panels and the side panels, if you want to, once you've put your fusible fleece or H640 on it, you can add some quilting stitches if you wanted to.
You haven't on this original.
I haven't because it's, I don't know, the fabrics were so pretty. I know quilting sometimes adds to the detail and everything, but it really, I just wanted those to be showcased, so I didn't add the quilting detail. But if you want to, then by all means add that in.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Before you start, the next process.
So you mentioned there using either quilt batting or H640?
Yes.
Inside
That's
the
what
bag.
I've used in my bag, which I think has given it enough stability and protection for whatever you put inside.
Agreed. So, if you wanted to make it stiffer, firmer, could you use a Boslin R4?
Absolutely, you could.
Okay, or Styleville, something like that.
Anything
but actually,
like
it's
that.
lovely with the softness.
Yeah. Well, it makes it. I find with ones that I've made with Bosal, whilst they are stiffer and hold their shape, you can't stuff as much in them.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good point.
You don't get as much leeway on the stuffing. So
now, can I ask, would half a metre of H640 be enough for the bag?
Bear with me. I did calculate it for you. No.
It looks like it would be.
27 inches, so yeah.
1, 2, yes, it would, yeah.
No, 27 inches is only 20 inch. What's half a metre? Half a metre is 18. No, you'd need a metre.
Really? Because that's the front and back.
Oh.
That's the front and back to there.
Yeah, and then you've got your sides.
And then that would leave all of that double
sides. So yeah, just
for the
about
sides
then.
and the base.
That's
I mean,
not
you might
half a
have
metre
to
though.
splice.
That's a metre.
Is that a metre? Oh, is it a metre?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a metre.
that is a metre.
Sorry.
No, I should be apologising. It's me. I was just looking at that thinking everything's half a metre. You're absolutely right, of course. Well, that's brilliant price. $9.99. See, I was thinking price-wise that was half a metre. There you are. Perfect. Great. There's your H640. So what are you doing there, Susie?
So I'm sewing the binding across the top of the mesh. So I've sandwiched it between the layers of the binding. So you could even use up some stash of your bias binding if you wanted to.
Yep.
Some. And then you could use a decorative stitch. I'm just, for speed, just using a straight stitch to attach it. But because the binding I've suggested size-wise that you use in the pattern, you've got enough room on there to do a really nice fancy decorative stitch.
Oh, yeah, that's a fun
Great
idea.
opportunity to investigate the decorative stitches on your machine, which we all forget about. And then I'm just going to, if I take the lid off, that's even better. I'm just going to trim that off so that I can then place it onto the front of my bag. So you have to decide which way up, if there is a which way up of your fabric. So watch for the directions. Line everything up with the sides, and I can trim in a minute. And I'm just going to clip on the side. If you're really worried, you could base this, but there's no point really, I don't think, but that's my personal choice. But everyone just work how you like to work at home. Don't
You do you.
You do you,
Yeah.
exactly. Don't feel that you have to do what everybody else does. And you're going to do that to both sides of the bag. And then from whatever fabrics you've got left over, you can start to think about your partitions of your pockets. You may want to leave the pocket complete as one large pocket, and then you'd be able to get your towel in it, Stuart.
Well, that's where I was. Well,
Yeah.
like a small towel for drying off with, you know.
Dabbing.
And then a big towel,
Yeah.
obviously, for laying on. Yes,
Absolutely.
yes. Or
Yeah.
a quilt. Probably ideally a quilt to lie on.
A
On the
quillo. I
beach.
take a quillo,
Oh, yeah.
because then I've got something to put my head on.
Just thinking that quilt hanging behind you would be rather nice to take to
It
the
would
beach.
extremely, but I would have to put a waterproof back on
Yeah.
if it was going
yeah.
to the beach.
Yeah. And remember, you know, quilts wash beautifully
They do.
in the washing machine, so you can use them up, wear them out.
Yeah,
I
don't
think.
store them in a cupboard. I don't get
No,
the
you
storing in a
please
cupboard
use
thing.
them. Yeah.
So I'm going to put just a central partition in. So it's the same as you do your binding, in that you turn the outer long edges in towards the middle on the wrong side, but stop there, don't fold it again.
Yeah.
Now if you want your binding then, so I've turned the end over, now you can do that first and then fold in. It doesn't really make much difference for this, because what I want, I'm not worried about this end because that can be a raw edge, because that's going in the bottom seam. Do you want the top of this to line up with the top of your binding? Do you want to take it just above? But I do fold over quite a bit, because it again gives a bit of reinforcement.
Yes, I want it to line up.
I'm a liner-upperer.
Would you tuck it over the back, or?
If you do, you want to make sure that that bit isn't visible,
Yeah.
but it's up to you.
Yeah. Well, that looks lovely.
You're not going to lift it off anyway, so you can do that, and you're going to pin it where you want it to go. Pins, Suze, are good, not clips. So I'm just going to put a couple of pins in, and then again you can use decorative stitch to hold this, or you could use a straight stitch. But what you want to make sure is that you have stitched it, and you've stitched it well. So not just one single line down the middle. I would definitely do at least two
Yeah.
1/4 inch ones.
Well, again, that would be a lovely spot down the centre there to do a decorative stitch.
Yeah, it would, absolutely. And in which case I would use a thread that really popped. So in this instance, I would go for either the colour match, the purple, or the really dark blue.
Gorgeous.
You could go to town. You know those thread collections that we sell that you buy because they are just so wonderful, and then only use one of them.
True.
Because you can't bring yourself to use the others.
Oh, no, I
So
can
that
always
would be good.
bring myself to use them all.
So I'm just going to stitch that on. I'm going to chop that off at the bottom so it's the right length as well. So I'll stitch that down. Again, just for speed, I'm going to use just a straight stitch.
Cool.
And the other thing that I do at the top is that you could do a tiny little box just to extra reinforce, because that's the bit that's going to take the worst hit.
Yes, the stress
Because
point.
we're quite abusive, aren't we, with our bags? We overstuff them, we throw
True
them
enough.
around.
Yeah. And constant hands going in and out the pockets to
Yeah.
grab your sun lotion, your towel,
Yeah.
or your flip-flop.
Sandwiches, whatever it is. Yeah.
Now, Martin's asked a good question. Is this bag project beginner-friendly, Susie?
I would say it is the most beginner-friendly bag I've ever made.
Well, there you go, Martin. Perfect first bag. Or if you want to be able to make a quick, easy, super versatile bag. And obviously, Susie has used mesh for these outer pockets, which I think is a brilliant product and allows you to see what's in there. But we don't sell mesh fabric on its own. So if you're buying the pattern on its own, think about other ways. You could use clear vinyl or glitter vinyl or any of those special coated fabrics. You could use oilcloth to make this bag.
Yep.
Those pockets could be made double-sided quilt weight cotton, the same as the rest of the bag.
Absolutely.
If you were going to replace that with fabric, a fabric panel there, Susie,
Yeah.
would you need to put wadding on it, reinforcing, interfacing, or just fabric?
It depends what you're going to use it for. I think I would wad one side and
Yep.
not wad the other side of the bag.
Yeah.
So you've got that flexibility. Because if you're throwing in your flip-flops or onions or whatever
Yeah.
you're going to use your bag for, you don't necessarily need the wadding.
Sure.
You know,
Okay,
if
fair
you're
enough.
using it as a shopper,
Yeah.
you don't need wadded
No.
pockets, do you?
Fair
you want
enough.
the space.
Yeah.
But if you're taking it for a specific purpose, like for a picnic or a beach,
Yeah.
you might have a few more delicate items that just gives extra protection to.
Definitely.
You know, like your bone china plates. And
For sure, for sure. I do like a posh picnic.
we have a very posh picnic basket. It's even got crystal glasses.
Oh,
Yeah.
fancy.
Yeah.
Lots of you asking if we sell the Biana's mesh fabric on its own. We haven't got any at the moment, but I think that's a really, really valid point and a great idea. And now I know that we can get Biana's mesh fabric. I'll be using it too. So I'll ask if we can have it available on its own. That would be useful. That would be useful. But there are lots of alternatives anyway that you could put. Glitter vinyl, says Martin. Yes.
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 Oh, awesome.
Yes.
Yes.
Glitter vinyl, always.
Yeah, especially if you're doing bags. I mean, this was a really good swimming bag as well. You know, when you
Oh, yeah.
go for a swim.
Sea
because
swimming?
You take any
Do you do
swim.
that?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yes, I do. Yeah, in fact, when we're going away at the weekend.
Yeah.
We're going for our camping. And last year when we went, last time we went, I was swimming out in the bay, and the
Yeah.
dog came out with me, and then realised that actually his feet were nowhere near the bottom.
Oh, gosh, no.
Went into help.
Oh,
What
oh,
are we
oh,
doing?
oh.
This isn't good. I turned round and
Reverse,
dolphins swimming. It was just amazing. Yeah, it was
You lucky thing.
and then the dog swam back to shore and stood on the shore barking at me
Of course.
to get back in. So,
course.
yeah, I love a swim.
Yeah.
Love a swim. I mean, I freeze to death, but
Yeah.
hey.
Oh, my friend Sal is part
Swim warm
dolphin.
up.
I think she loves sea swimming. I've never brought myself to do it anywhere other than Australia. I'm a bit of a lightweight, I'm afraid. Steph, yes, I was laughing at that too. She says, oh, the opposite of putting flip-flops in is onions. Yeah, get that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I was just thinking if you're using it as a shopper.
Oh, no,
that's
for
why.
sure. Absolutely, absolutely.
Not all of us, you go to the beach and do stuff.
No, I mean, it's such
But
a
we
useful
all-
size and shape. She also says, to have someone like Stuart to look after you. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Love the shirt. Is it Liberty? No, it isn't.
I thought it was Emily Bell when I first came in. It looks like an Emily Bell-esque type shirt.
I wore it for you, in fairness. I
Thank
chose this
you.
because we were doing Liberty and because
Thank
you were
you.
here. It's not one I wear very often, but it's from Next.
Is it?
Yes, it is from Next.
Oh, I haven't been in a Next for years.
I get most of my shirts for Sewing Street there because they do a really good line of kind of quite nice, vibrant, interesting shirts. So, although I have dared myself to make some shirts, I have made shirts, but they're such a lot of work. There's no such thing as simple menswear. All menswear is complicated and
sort of
has
collars and stuff.
Yeah. Plackets, cuffs,
Yeah.
loads of buttonholes, collars, all that stuff.
It's the hidden elements, isn't it, that make the whole shirt come together, that make it tricky.
They're on.
So I've done a pocket on the other side, but this one I've done offset, so that you've got a small and a large.
Oh, good. So customisable.
Yeah, so you don't have to do the same thing on both sides. You make the bag work for you, for whatever you want. So then I've got somewhere to put flip-flops, and then I've got somewhere to put a
Or
large-
onions.
Yeah, or onions.
Or onions.
Or asparagus tips, whatever you want to.
Yum.
So they're my outer panels, and then I have a base panel as well.
Oh, see, that fabric combination is
It's so
luscious.
cool, isn't it? But my side pieces, I've also got pockets on, and one of them I did as fabric, mainly because I wanted to put the two fabrics together, if nothing else.
Yes.
But also it's sometimes handy to have a protected pocket on the outside. And all this is one length of fabric that I fold right sides together, top stitch along the top, and then just put some wadding in.
Lovely.
So that's really easy.
And I see with the wadding, you've missed out the seam allowance.
Yes, I have, because it's quite bulky. And it just makes it easier to go through the machine, and just a 1/4 of an inch shorter isn't going to have any impact on the stability of the bag. It just makes it a lot less bulky when you're sewing it. And then all you need to do is to again line that up with the bottom of your side. What I love about this collection is the fabrics are multi-directional, so
Great.
I haven't got to think too far ahead.
Great.
You can baste the bottom if you wanted to. I'm not going to. I'm just going to put clips on, because then we can attach it all to our the base of our bag, because putting the next bit is super quick. So the other side, I've actually done another piece of mesh, and this time I folded the mesh in half, a longer piece, and doubled it. So it's an extra meshy bit, but so it's a bit stronger, and that is the sort of pocket that I would put like my sunglasses and things like that are quick and easy access to, but all the sand drops out if you're on the beach. Or,
yeah. Well, that's a really good point, actually. Yes. Don't forget as well, you get the pattern for making the little extra security bag that goes inside, and in Susie's version, it's attached a little bit like, you know, when you see people surfing or bodyboarding and they've got it attached to their ankle so they can't get separated. This is a great idea, I think, very clever. If you did want it to be removable, you could just put a lobster clasp and a D-ring in, couldn't you? Yeah. Clip it on.
You could, definitely.
Then you've got to remember to clip it on.
Well,
I think
also,
attached is good.
Yeah, attached for me is good, because if anybody did want to walk away with it, they've got to take the whole bag, not just the little bag.
Yeah.
And I have got one half made that we can look at in a minute as well, because we've got some time.
Great bag pattern. Now, the details are on screen at the moment. $44.99 is for the blue-grey version. That's the one that Susie's demonstrating with. So within there, you're getting your metre of light grey fabric. You're also getting these half meters.
It should be
Yeah, you're getting a couple of half meters of your Liberty. You're also getting a long quarter of Wiltshire Shadow in Arctic. Plus you're getting your full pack of Bianni's mesh fabric in grey, and of course your instructions, printed instructions, to make your version of Susie's bag. So really good value. Now, there are a couple of other bits and bobs you'll need to make the bag. You'll need a zip, just an ordinary craft zip. And I've got grey and cream of those. Have a look on the website for those, but we've got some zips. You're also going to need some H640, and a metre of that will do the bag. So we've got that on the show too. And then the last thing that you're going to need are some eyelets. Because I'll just show you the handle. I love this look on a bag.
So the reason I did that is because you can then adjust the height of the handles at any time.
Just by knotting and unknotting.
Just by knotting and unknotting.
Yeah. I just think it's a lovely look, and it's got a little bit of a nautical look as well, which is always fun for a beach bag. So you will need a pack of those, and I've got those on the show too. I'll show you those. Let me show you the silver first. So what's great about these hemline kits is that you actually get your cutting and fitting tool included. I mean, you do need a hammer to bash them through.
Yeah, a good hammer, not a craft hammer.
Yeah, proper hammer. But you get 10 sets of eyelets and the fitting tool for $10.99, which means that you can make 2 bags using this kit, and you'll still have 2 eyelets left over, which is quite a useful number to have for something else. So that's great, and that's the silver, $10.99 with fitting tool. Now, if you want to go all out and make sure that you've got some extra eyelets, but you don't need another fitting tool, we've also got some top-up eyelets, a refill, and this is 12 sets. So you'd have enough there for 3 bags. But remember, no fitting tool, so you do need to get one of these originally. But $4.99 for the eyelets on their own. That's in the nickel silver. Okay. And then if you want a gold version, and I think gold would work equally well with either of these 2 kits, this is the sort of kit. So you've got your fitting and cutting tool, and you've got your 10 sets of eyelets. And these are 14mm, and they are rust-proof brass, which is good when it's a beach bag.
It is, yes.
Very important.
Fairly essential, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really important. $10.99, great quality. I used exactly these in my book Bags for Life as well. I've used them many, many times over. And I would just say, if you are going through heavy layers of fabric and bosal or wadding, you may well find that you need to go in there with your embroidery or sharp scissors just to trim them, because it's a lot to get through. It'll go through fabric, a layer of fabric, but it's not going to go through multiple layers of wadding.
No.
So just be prepared for that. But they are terrific.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Right, sorry about that, Susie.
That's all right. I've got
To
on
the
a...
business side.
That's all right. So all I've done is attached the 2 sides, the bottom, to the base of my bag, which is just a straight seam, and then the sides...
And is that top to bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
So all the way across, so we're not faffing about, and there's no seam matching going on. It's ideal. If you have got dividers that are both that do meet, you might want to make sure they line up.
Yeah.
But if you're cunning, like I am, you make sure they don't have to meet.
You can plan to succeed, can't you? No matter what.
Yeah. And live to fail. That's what. So it's, you open, when you come to do the sides, if you lay all the seams out to the direction, opposite directions from the base, then you can get a flat seam to line up, and it's just a question of sewing across. You will need to increase your stitch length a bit more from your normal piecing length if you're a quilter.
How much?
Well, I've gone to 2. This Elna, the 782 piece is a stitch length of 1.8.
Yep.
So I've gone up to 2.5.
Okay, yeah. Because
I'm
of the
going,
thicker layers?
Well, I'm going through mesh, 2 layers of mesh, 2 layers of fabric, 3 layers of fabric, and 2 layers of wadding. So that's quite a bit to expect 1.8 to be a successful
That's a big old
stitch
sandwich.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So it's just, if you couldn't do it by hand with a small stitch, don't expect a machine to. That's what I always say.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. And what size needle do you use when you're making bags?
It depends on the fabric, but for this I'm just using an 80 needle. I found it's fine, it's working okay. You don't have a special needle for mesh, and even the vinyl I've used with a standard needle as well. Haven't had a problem. Sometimes I do put tissue the other side of the vinyl just to keep it steady. But remember, with vinyl, unlike mesh where it doesn't really matter, with vinyl, once the needle goes through it, that's it perforated, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So you don't get a second shot with vinyl. So then all you do is bring the sides up, and again you can twist and align everything, and again it's a straight seam, which is why I said it's a real good beginner bag.
Very much,
because
yeah.
There isn't much fiddling around. You're not on the bias. It's all working nicely for you. just make sure that if you haven't basted your mesh inside, that as you put your clips or pins, whatever you use, you do capture everything. And I know I've got bits hanging off, but I trim after the event, because then I know I've not under trimmed.
Right.
And don't catch it in the seam.
A little bit of security there.
Yeah, not that I'm a pessimist, but yeah. And then, so you'll go ahead and do all 4 sides of your bag.
Okay, great.
Do you want me to do that?
That looks pretty straightforward.
It does. Shall I move on to something else? The handles, you just do as one width of fabric piece, and then you're going to top stitch them down. I've given mine a turn on the end into a point just by bringing the 2 sides over. The way you construct, you seal the end, and then you can put your finger underneath and fold it across.
I see that. Can you see it?
It actually also helps get it through the eyelet.
Ah, great. Yeah.
The point's always easier.
Yeah.
The lining is exactly the same as the outer, so you end up with a box in effect. And I've deliberately left this side open because it was to remind me to tell you to leave one side with a turning gap.
Okay, so you put a turning gap in the side.
I do, because should it come open, if you've hand sewn it, it stops everything falling underneath and inside. But where you leave a turning gap is up to you, but I tend to leave it in the side. So I'm just going to stitch down this one, leaving my turning gap. And you want to leave a good 4-5 inch, a 5-6 inch turning gap, because there's a lot of bag to get through.
There is.
By the time you've finished. But with this particular bag, the great thing is you're not trying, you don't put your handles on before you construct the bag.
No.
You're putting them on afterwards, so you haven't got to remember to tuck handles in and fight them through.
So I guess another reason why it's very beginner friendly.
Yeah. So if you don't want to use eyelets, then you will put your handles on as you put your bag lining together. And the lining I've made slightly taller, so that you get that faux binding effect when it comes to the top. So you push it down and you'll find you've still got more. And that was deliberate, just to give an extra feature to the top.
That is lovely. And of course, if you have put your handles into the seam, doing this faux binding can interfere with that. So it's lovely that the handles are separate then, so you get that faux bound edge, and then you just top stitch around near the binding.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely.
Almost like,
really nice.
either just below it or in the ditch.
Yep.
So when you put the constructed outer bag, you'll put right sides together with the lining and just stitch around the top, line up your sides, stitch around the top, and that's the bag constructed. And then you would put your eyelets in.
Right, seems like a good moment for me to just recap the 2 kits that we've got, plus the pattern. So blue has been the most popular. You get your pattern, you get your fabulous, brand new, launched today, Liberty Postcards from Paradise Fabrics. You get that amazing Passiflora, the passion flower, really beautiful print. That I think that's one of my favourites. You get your gorgeous Morning Glories, that tumbling vine. You also get some Wiltshire shadow in there, a long quarter of that, 1/2 meters of these, and then 1 meter of your lining fabric, which in this case is light grey. You also get a full pack of lightweight mesh fabric by Annie. Great quality. I've used that myself. It's brill. For $44.99. Now, the other kit that we've got is to make the original version. That's this one in this fabulous kind of red and soft blue colourway. So I'll grab the kit. So again, you're getting 2.5 meters of your brand new Postcards from Paradise collection. You're getting your Gabriella vine.
Yes.
And your Lotus Spot.
Gabriella Bloom.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're also getting 1 meter of Macawa linen texture. It's great value, this kit. And then you're also getting that long quarter there of Summer Meadow. August Meadow.
August Meadow,
August
sorry.
Meadow. Plus your pattern and your pack of white mesh this time from by Annie. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we can do that for you. A physical pattern, $9.99 for the really useful tote bag. Great addition to your stash of patterns and totally beginner friendly. And remember as well, you're really getting 2 bags in one because you've got your box-sided tote bag pattern, but you've also got your box bottom zippy pouch in there as well, made from part fabric, part mesh. And of course you can replace the mesh with things like vinyl. If you want a downloadable pattern, if it's the only thing you're buying today, actually, no P&P on a downloadable. So ignore the $4.95 there. Just $9.99 gets you an instant download. Now, I have got some other Liberty bundles. Let's do the jewel. Now, I just want to check this is the jewel. Emily Bell, absolutely stunning. It's kind of like an Emily Bell rainbow because you are getting 6 different colours. I mean, how stunning is that? Absolutely gorgeous.
Jewel
Absolutely.
tones.
They are beautiful jewel tones. Now, colour-wise, Laura, do we have the colours? You're getting these for $48.94. That is a £2 saving. 3 metres. You've got plum there. Plum. Paprika. Yeah.
No.
Golden ochre.
Yeah, paprika.
Evergreen.
I would say paprika.
Ah, that's crimson.
Yeah, that's crimson.
Yeah, that's the paprika,
Paprika,
yeah.
yeah.
And chocolate, yeah, lovely. Those are gorgeous. Have we already done the crash on the price, please? $48.90. We saved £2. Is the £2 already off the price? Okay, it is. Right, that's fine. Yeah, $48.94. Thank you. Those are gorgeous. Half a metre of each. Yeah, those are really stunning. I love those. Love them. It's just such a great design, that one. It really
Emily
is.
Bell, yeah.
Yeah, fabulous.
Yeah, it's very clever the way they thought to do that.
Now I have got a fabulous... Now we've called this neutrals,
That's what Liberty called it.
including these ones, and the lilac and the green. Oh, really lovely. You get loads of different...
Yeah.
I'm just going to kind of separate them out slightly.
Yeah, they're sort of the pastel tone versions.
Let me show you what you get. I'll kind of grade them from darkest to lightest. Oh, look at these. Really, really lovely. Yeah, all these different sort of pastel-y tones. You've got your greys there. Everything from your charcoal through to your lightest ash. And then you've got your kind of warmer. In fact, I'm just going to swap those around up here with that. You've got your kind of more, I suppose, putty tones almost going in there.
Like
and then
buttermilk.
also you've got this gorgeous sort of soft mint and this soft lilac colour. I think that's stunning.
Really
$88.39. That's great, isn't it? Really pretty. Yeah, throw some names at me. Charcoal, I'm thinking this one probably. Charcoal. Clay. Cotton. Lead. Lilac. Aha. Magnolia, I reckon probably that one. Oatmeal. Yes. Parchment. Well, either of those could be parchment. Is it this one? That's parchment. Mint? That's that one.
It is, yes.
And steel.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are gorgeous. Really lovely. Now, if you were doing something like a Liberty log cabin,
Yeah.
I would, those ones I think probably slightly dark, but what I would do is I would use these kind of, these are your light logs for your log cabin, and then use all of your darker tones, your prints, your more vibrant prints in the other half, the dark half of the log cabin.
Yeah, the jewel tones would be really cool.
Oh yes, absolutely beautiful. I've got one more little bundle of these Emily Bell, and these we've called Brights, but again it's just a brilliant way to add to your stash of Liberty fabrics, because I think if you really, really love Liberty, then the aim is to get as many fabrics into your stash as possible. Am I right? These are lovely. These are stunning. Now, colour-wise, we've got Blue Sky. I would think so. Evening Sky. And Peacock. Yeah. We've also got Saffron, Vintage Pink, and Violet. They're very beautiful, very beautiful. And you get 6.5 metres for £48.94. There's a £2 saving there as well. Gorgeous. Now, Wiltshire Shadow. Wiltshire Shadow. This is sort of, I don't know, kind of garden inspired, isn't it? Because you've got your kind of greens there, 2 different greens. You've got your earth. Or chocolate. Yes, Martin, someone did mention chocolate. I know, it's made me think, oh, do I need chestnut? This is chestnut. I don't think Martin's interested in chestnut. I think we're both just interested in chocolate at the moment, thanks. Yeah. So we've got chestnut, jade, olive, my great niece's name, watermelon. Oh, watermelon, rhubarb, probably, and shortbread. Ooh, rhubarb shortbread. Yum, I could go for that. Rhubarb's going wild at the moment. Absolutely great. Yeah. Oh, love rhubarb.
Yeah, rhubarb and ginger.
Gorgeous. So you get 6.5 metres, £48.94, again a £2 saving. And then my last little bundle of Liberty goodness is called York Fern.
It is. It's delightful.
Oh, that is lovely. That is lovely.
Very
so
subtle.
usable.
Very subtle.
So usable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Made in Italy.
On the lakes of Lake Como.
Is that right?
On the shores of Lake Como. That's where the factory is.
Oh,
I mean, we say on the shores, it's not literally on the shores, but, you know. We have that idyllic image of it.
Oh, I know. These are stunning colours. Absolutely stunning colours. Look at those. Kind of denim-y, chambray. What are these colour names? Apple leaf.
Yeah.
Hydrangea blue. Twilight. And linen. Martin says, oh, chocolate shortbread. There's a theme appearing here, yes.
Oh, I'm not sure about
chocolate chip shortbread.
See, I'm not a chocolate fan, so...
No, I'm not really, but chocolate chips
Tell you what,
in shortbread, that's fine.
No. Lavender shortbread.
Really?
That is phenomenal.
Ooh, I'd probably have to try some before I
that's what
committed.
everybody says, and every time they have it, they go like, wow, game changer.
Well, those are lovely. The York Fern, absolutely beautiful. 4 different shades. Again, great stash builders to have those kind of extra blender style fabrics in your collection ready to go when you need them. £34.96. And again, you're making a saving £1. £1. Love that. Always save £1 if I can. Fab. How are you getting on, Susie?
I'm very well. I've moved on to the pouch.
Ah, fab.
And all I've done is cut the mesh the same length as my... You can make the pouch any size you like. Obviously, I've given you a set size in the pattern, but you can make it any size. And you're going to attach your top casing to your mesh. And when you've sewn it together, it sews really easily. Then you'll press the seam up up towards that top casing, which I've interfaced anyway, and top stitch along it, so you can't see any raw edges, and top stitching, it keeps that seam folded and won't mean it will move. So that's sorted that out. Zip wise, you can either you can put tabs on the end of your zip if you want to. I quite like it as a tabbed zip, but you don't have to.
What, that hangs off the edge on the end?
Or no, just I like seeing fabric inside, or you can have it hanging on the edge.
Got you.
Put extra tabs in if you wanted to help, say, pull it. But if you have an extra long zip, then you don't have to bother, do you? It's up to you. So for this one, I won't, just for speed, but you could always put an extra piece of fabric on and create a really easy tab. I've given you one idea. There are several ways of doing tabs. You can stitch. I always make sure I'm well away from the metals. If I've got any metals, I'll try and cut that off a zip. Stitch across and turn it over, and then just cut and repeat the other side, or fold it over and just do it like that. So you've got extras, so it's out of the way. If you want to create a tab that you slot in over the top of the zip so it pokes out the sides, a bit like that really, then you want to do that similarly to binding and how you're going to make the lanyard. So you do your long side into the middle on the wrong side, and then fold again, and then top stitch down, and then you'll loop that and put that against the top of your zip as you construct the side seams. So you can embellish and add and change how you construct as much as you like. I'm going to, just for demo purposes, make it really easy.
Great, yeah, perfect. I like simple.
So I'm starting with one top casing, and this is where, you know that early bird you had, that Soline pen set today?
Our early bird, in fact.
Yes, that would be fantastic for this, because you've got a glue
stick. Do we have any of our early bird left? Could Dan, could I have it, please? Would you mind? Thank you. I'll show it you again. Yeah, the Soline gift set, amazing value, amazing early bird today. It dropped £20 to $19.99. You get the glue stick with refill, you get the 2 mechanical pencils, 1 white and 1 pink, and you also get the air erasable pen. Thank you, Dan. Look, all in a gift box. It's actually in a gift box. It has a proper lid and everything. Amazing. Thank you.
That's all right.
Thanks, Susie.
So what you'd use, where I'd use that is I'd just run a bit of the glue along the raw edge of the top of my casing, place my zipper face down. Now, I'm not worried about where my pull is, other than the fact that it should be facing down at the moment, because I've still got access to it. So at this stage, it's not essential for it to be open. In fact, it's easier if it isn't.
Okay.
Helps if you wind your glue up. And these glue pens are refillable as well. And I know you have the refills on your website.
We do.
So my suggestion is, if you've bought the early bird, go back onto the website and order some refills.
Amazing.
You will be amazed how quickly you get
Yeah,
the grill.
they're so useful. Use
They
them a lot.
are.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Susie. We've
You're
run out
very
of time,
welcome.
sadly.
That's all right.
But we do have one more hour with you,
You
at
do.
11 o'clock.
When I get to show you this
that
glorious
gorgeous
quilt.
Yeah, loads of you have already checked out your basket on it. I think that's going to be a sellout, possibly before we get to the hour. So if you love, love, love that beautiful quilt, isn't it stunning? That's one of those quilts I wish I'd designed. It's very pretty. And we've got those gorgeous extra wide Liberty backing fabrics as well in the hour. Right, don't go anywhere, because Katrina Whitten from Rowand Dean Embroidery is joining me after the break with the first of 2 hours. And I know Ted and Katrina really well from shows, and I've always loved their embroideries. I'm so thrilled that we've got Rowand Dean on Sewing Street. So catch you after the break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Well, I am thrilled to welcome Katrina Whitten from Rowand Dean.
Thank you.
We've chatted lots at shows.
We have.
And I've had the pleasure of being next to your stand one year at
Yes.
Festival of Quilts,
Yes.
which meant I got to spend a lot of time looking at the beautiful embroideries. And I think the thing that we're kindred spirits because it's all about colour for you.
It is. It definitely is.
Glorious, glorious colour. We have got the first of 2 hours now of Rowand Dean embroidery. And my goodness, we've got some fabulous, fabulous kits for you. And already so busy. We're going to start with something brand new. We love brand new. This is the book jacket. Look at this. This is called Floral Fireworks. Not one, not three, but 4 different glorious embroideries decorating this book jacket. And this is the kit to make it. Now, you had your own book. Oh, and also, look, hello, almost forgot. There's 2 more embroideries. This is amazing.
I know. 6 individual designs.
6 individual designs. This is such a beautiful piece of work. Now, your kit is amazing value, $32.45, and you get so much in there. You get all of your pre-sorted threads. I mean, this is what I love about your designs. The colours are exquisite.
The colours, and that makes you want to start to stitch. You know, you've got all the shades of green, the blues, the sparkly ones, and they're all on a card, so that's easy to find.
Everything's pre-sorted. You get all of your embellishments, beads, sequins, these incredible kind of additions that really bring the work to life. Organza in there as well. Also, Katrina, all of your designs are printed on fabric ready to go.
Yeah,
there's no tracing.
There's no you haven't got to transfer any design or anything. It's an outline, basically. It's not every line on the fabric. You're just going to get a couple of lines as a starting point, and then the instructions take you through the whole thing.
Brilliant. Of course, full instructions.
Full instructions.
Are your kits beginner approachable, beginner friendly?
Well, we would say yes, mainly because there are only about 4 or 5 stitches.
Great.
So across them, sometimes, I mean, the basic is straight stitch, a couple of French knots, maybe a few lazy daisies. So they're all probably traditional stitches, but the way we use them is just a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to grab the book again because it is so stunning. You get your purple fabric for the book.
You get the purple fabric. You don't get the book.
You just need to add your own book, and it's a standard size.
Yeah,
right?
Standard is A5.
A5. Yeah.
And then obviously the spine of the book, you need the you don't want it to be ring.
Yeah, no ring bound.
Yeah.
Yep. But then you get all of your base fabrics. And is this that gorgeous wool?
It is. It is.
You have woven for you?
Yeah, we have it woven in Lancashire for us, and it's at one of the oldest mills left in the UK. It's a fabulous fabric. It's a dress weight, you know, it's for clothing. And I think if you go to lots of fancy places, you know, you can have garments made, you know, for the Milan catwalk and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's a beautiful fabric, and actually what's special about it, it's lovely to hold when you're stitching.
Yes.
And that's really lovely.
Makes such
really
a difference. Good. The other thing, which I think is so important, is all of the threads that you're going to use are real high quality. You've got things like Appleton's wool in there. You're also getting things like DMC and Anchor threads.
That's right. They're right. And then I just love the Jameson's yarns and knitting yarns, and they're from the Shetlands. So the colours really blend really well with the idea, you know, where I get the inspiration from.
Yeah, you can just see how very simple embroidery stitches build up in layers, long and short stitches, little French knots, beads, lazy daisies, all simple stuff. But it's the way you've put it together, Katrina, This is the fireworks, right?
I mean, the garden is, they are fireworks, aren't they? And especially at this time of year, you know, they don't all have to be bright, but, you know, the delphiniums, the chrysanthemums, the dahlias, they're all just fabulous, and the echinaceas. So, you know, that's the summer at the moment, which is fabulous.
Totally is.
So
I love this feather too, though.
I mean, the feather's great. You know, I've got a couple of other books that I have done on different seasons, but the feather, I always put one of the designs is a feather on there. And of course, it's made on one fabric, so that means you can decide where you're going to put them, where you're going to put these. They don't have to be like the photograph. You know, you can choose whether to actually put other ones, the feather inside. You know, it's up to you what you do with your design.
Perfect. Well, that's brand new today, $32.45. Amazing value. Now, I do need to mention the garden party, because this is a back in stock. We've got some other new things, but this sold out so fast last time it was on Katrina. This is absolutely incredible. So this is displayed in a hoop. That is phenomenal.
I mean, that is the party in the garden, isn't it?
It really is. That's a garden party I want to go to.
Me too.
So beautiful. And look at the extra embellishments. You've got beads in there. You've got sequins in there. Do you see the little bees?
So they're sort of a straight stitch and a little bit of the metallic thread. So you can put as many bees on as you like. So you'll get the outline, you know, when I show later. And the ladybirds, you get the ladybirds as well.
All these beads, absolutely everything.
Treasure,
Look,
I call it treasure.
It is treasure.
That's what it is.
The organza as well, that's creating this gorgeous, almost like watercolour shading in the background. Look, at first thought, I thought, is this painted background? But you've done it with organza.
No mess. It's just layers of fabric, and of course, where you put one layer on top of another, get new colours. So it's quite exciting to do.
Very much so. You get your needles included as well, your thread organiser, your full instructions to, this is a back in stock. Be quick on this, won't you? At $27.95, is that all? It's amazing. 20%'s gone already. It's beautiful. Remember, this is our first back in stock, and lots of you asked for this. Such a beautiful project. And remember, very, very easily displayed in one of these beautiful wooden hoops. It's the perfect way to display them, isn't it?
I think, because when you've finished it, you want to show it off straight away. And it's really quick to use the display. So it's not to stitch with.
No.
You know, it doesn't have the tension to tighten it. It's just got the hoop. So it's a display hoop.
This is a display hoop,
and then you can hang it wherever you wish.
Fabulous, yeah. I think that's really, really lovely. Be quick on that one. That's the garden party. Right. Now, we've got two more new projects. We've got Snapdragons and Echinacea. Which one's that?
It's just that one.
This one here? Brilliant. I should have recognised the Echinacea. Right. Very pretty. Very pretty. So, in your kit, you're getting all of your fabric, all of your beads, all of your threads, needle instructions. The hoop comes separately, but we do have the hoops on the hour, okay? So this is fabulous value for under £20.
I think it's a nice size to start with as well. And actually the whole collection, the garden party and these two, I think would look great together as a set. So, you know, you look at the colours. I mean, Snapdragons, I just love them. They're just great in the garden. And this is very easy stitches. You've got a little bit of stem stitch, a little bit of lazy daisy, but it's because the variated threads just make that magic. So you don't have to think where you're placing that colour. It just happens.
It just happens. It's so clever, isn't it? These gorgeous greens in the background. Would this be a good first project if you've never done embroidery?
I think so, because you don't want to start too big, but I just think that the way we usually look at it is if you love the design, it doesn't matter whether it's big or small, you're just going to have a go at that. If you think you've got to learn on something, it's not so exciting. Whereas if you think, I love that design, I want to do it. And that's what we usually find, is that people pick the picture that they just love.
Absolutely. That's the best motivation for making something. It is glorious and proving very popular, flying into baskets. This is under £20 and you get, remember, you get all your embellishments. They're all included, all your treasure. And beautiful wool fabric woven in Lancashire. And also you have it printed with the basic design to follow, don't you?
Yeah, I think sometimes it'll give you an indication of the size of the stitch where you start off, or just a position. And there's nothing to stop you adding more, but it just gives you that basic outline to get going.
Yes, I could imagine possibly putting one more little butterfly.
Yes.
You knew I was going to say
I
that.
I know, or all the beads that are in there.
Yeah.
You know, you can put as much of the treasure on as you want.
It's
be
gorgeous.
minimal, but for me, I like loads.
Yeah, me too.
Loads.
More is more.
Yeah.
More is definitely more. Beautiful. That's the echinacea, Snapdragons and echinacea. Now we've also got the Dahlias. Is that this one here?
That's it is.
Oh, now that's a bit of me. That's a bit of me. This is brand new today. These are stunning.
They're lovely, aren't they? Tricolour Dahlias.
The way you've picked out the colours,
I just think I love those. I think they're just beautiful. So with the pinks, and then it's a sort of a red variegated thread, and that just gives you that pop of a bit of colour.
Oh, it's amazing.
And then the sequins. I just like the dark and the light. It's a nice one, and I don't want to hide up the fabric. So sometimes I put the organza on, so it's only part on. So you're still showing off that beautiful fabric.
Oh, I agree, totally, totally. If you are creating your own little set, again, I'm just going to bring the garden part. I mean, they go so well together. And then if I just grab the Snapdragon and echinacea, and you just imagine grouping this little family in a nook. You can display these on plate stands as well, can't you?
Yeah, that's great. And I mean, it's like movable art. You can have it in one room, and then you can change the position. But the colours, I hope everybody likes.
Check
the
that you've got everything before you go home, what you Katrina, because you might leave things behind by mistake. Ah, stunning. That is the tricolour Dahlias. And again, under £20, beginner friendly?
Absolutely. I mean, the outline's on the fabric, and then really you've got a little bit of a straight stitch, a little bit of a spider's web.
And you've got bees.
And there's bees on there. And, you know, I'm a great, I just love bees in the garden.
Yeah,
so you can put as many of those on there, and there'll be lots of extra treasure to put on if you want.
Gorgeous.
So it's on a bigger fabric, so it means if you want to extend it, you can do, and you can make it larger if you wish. There'll be loads of threads.
Sure.
Too much thread. That's what Ted's always saying. I put too much thread in, you see. So, but I don't mind.
know?
Oh, I'm just going to put the thread in. So.
Yeah, of course. So if you make any boo-boos, you've got plenty of thread.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, when you see, I'm just gonna look. When you get this out, it's like, oh, hello, yummy. It's like a box of chocolates to me.
It is.
Yeah. Glorious. Right, next up then, let's do lavender pockets. Lavender pockets. These are so cute. This is such a nice idea. 6 projects in one kit, and all of them so different to each other.
I think. Well, you start off with them on one piece of fabric, okay?
Yeah.
And then you stitch each one. They've got the outline, and then you stitch each one. And I always say, finish them all and then cut them up and then make them into the pocket. So you get the fabric for the back of the pocket.
Great.
You get the tea bags to put the lavender in. So you're going to eventually stitch round and then just put the pocket of lavender, because the lavender's in the kit too.
Oh, you get the lavender
You get the
too?
lavender, you get...
Can I open one of these?
Open it,
Is that all right?
it.
I just want to show you what incredible value Rowand Dean kits are, because there's so much crammed into every kit.
Well, I think that's it. You've got to have all the threads. You've got to have all the little bits and pieces, because sometimes you don't want to go and buy, a tiny amount of beads or a little bit of ribbon. You've got everything that's in there, and then you've got the lavender.
There's all your treasure.
That
alone is
yeah,
weighty bag.
That's great. You've got the lavender.
Tea bags of lavender. So you've got one for each of your
One
sachets.
for those.
Brilliant. Oh, I see. These are your tea.
So it comes like that, and then you put the lavender in, and then you seal, and then you can fold it up, and so, you know, you can replace that with herbs out the garden, or you know, you could
like for brewing your own tea with loose.
Yeah.
How clever.
Yeah, so you just fold that and just pop those in.
Brilliant,
so it's a
aren't
little
they?
pocket, and then you can. I mean, if it was for a gift, you could put the name.
That would be
You could do a bit of stitching on the
Yeah,
back. I mean, I haven't on those, but I think you know, if it was a special gift, you could definitely do that.
Stuart on the back of each one. Look, for your little poppies and your blossoms, you've got your gorgeous satin fabric there. Plenty of it as well. Look at all the different shades of organza that you get.
So you get really lots of organza, and I think, you know, you've got little projects. So if you did want to do the design, another of your own design on the back, you just use the threads, because there'll be loads of threads left over.
Look at that.
And those are just on the thread card.
And then, of course, you also get your wool fabric. Everything is quality. Everything's is quality.
You know, you've got everything there to either to take away on and work out, or take it to a class. You know, everything's there. You don't have to think about buying
fabric.
Everything.
Oh, fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. I just wanted to open one. I won't do that with every kit, but I just wanted to...
I don't mind it. It's nice to see what's inside.
Well, I just wanted to show, because, you know, it's hard to believe, really, just how much is in every kit, but they're absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'm going to pop that to one side. I'm very good at getting things out of bags, but I'm not very good at putting them back. I do apologise. Right, so next up, I just need to mention, garden party is absolutely flying out. If you want the garden party, a quarter of the stock's already gone, about loads more is in baskets as well. Right, next up, is it lavender? No.
Larkspur, it's like a...
Which one, Laura? Carnations. This one?
Yes.
Yes, carnations. Ooh.
So this is...
Larger hoop.
Same size as garden pot.
Yes.
Same idea.
Yes.
So again, a little bit of organza in the distance there, and then this time you stitch with a strip of organza, and you stitch some grasses over the print. So it's like you're using the fabric as a thread. So, and then hopefully at some time we'll show you how to make the little flowers. So it's got, each kit will have different things and different sort of things that you can try out. But when you've finished your design, you know, you've got fabulous, you know, to frame them or on a cushion. But it's the French knots. I mean, that's just a great stitch, and I think just the changes in colour there will give you they're just magical. Oh,
this range of pinks and purples is giving me life, Katrina. It's absolutely beautiful.
I love the colours. And then, of course, there's this one that just has beads. It doesn't have any sequins or anything in, but you can put as many in as you wish. So
lots of beads. So look at all these different kind of gold and amber shades that you've got there. Loads of different greens as well, just to sort of pepper throughout.
Yeah,
and
it's a bit. I've got to have bees, really. Got to have the bees on there.
Gosh, my garden is absolutely full of flowers and bees at this time of year. But it's so lovely to be able to have these flowers in your home all year round.
Absolutely, and it just lifts you looking at the colours. I think that's quite special.
Yeah, brilliant and amazing value. $27.95 for carnations and loose strife. Which is the loose strife? Oh, I love that.
And they're the carnations.
I'm going to look that up now.
Yeah.
I think I need that in my garden. Beautiful. Is it that beautiful in real life?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Great. Awesome. Great. Is that brand new today? Or
well, all of because we've only been, this is our second time here.
Oh, is it?
So really, we're bringing all of these for the first time, but the first ones are brand new kits to everybody.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Right, next up we're going to do is called Herbaceous, which I think is this one right here. Oh, Herbaceous Border. Oh, well, this is lovely. Look, you have got... Now, I love a gate in a garden because it's that promise of what's through the gate, isn't it?
It's magical then.
Stunning.
Probably a more formal garden, but you know when you're going down that border and you're walking down the path and you're seeing all those colours, all the flowers, you know, that's just stunning.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to ask a question. Please don't ruin my impression. Are you a fabulous gardener as well?
No.
I knew it.
I try. I do try. And I've got lots of plants.
Right.
And I like growing them. And the same with the vegetables. But if they don't always grow, I don't mind. I've had a lot of fun sorting the garden out and everything. So I've got the plugs and I've got the seeds and our grandchildren love seeing them all growing and everything. So it's lovely, but it is magical.
Yeah.
Or I can visit a garden. Go visit somebody else's garden.
Oh, definitely, when they've done all the hard work. You get everything in the kit. You just need to buy yourself a hoop, a display hoop, if that's how you want to display it. We've got these on the show, and they're very affordable. It's a great way of finishing your project and just, lovely. And they're designed to go in these hoops, aren't they, Katrina?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, if you decided you didn't want to do that, you can square the design off and put it into a different kind of frame. So none of the edges usually have a printed edge. So if you wanted to change that, you can do that, and that would be sort of a 5-inch aperture for a frame. So.
Oh, I like these frames. I think they're gorgeous.
I think they lend them. It's because they're so easy to frame.
Yes. Black-eyed Susans?
Yes.
I love those. I love those flowers. I'm such a flower nerd, Katrina. We're going to do lupins and oriental poppies.
So that's that one.
This is another stunning small hoop design.
So here, again, we've got some... this time the organza is used as the background. So I've more or less covered the fabric there. But actually the oriental poppies, they're just like paper, aren't they, when they're in the garden? So this is organza that's folded into quarters and rounded, and then they're put on afterwards. So it's a mixture of the orange and the red organza. So everything's in your pack to do that. And then the lupins are just, well, you can get lupins fabulous colours, can't you? So
do you know,
I've
literally just planted lupin seeds for flowering next year, and 24 hours they had germinated.
That's great.
Incredible. I'm just marvelling at the poppies because this is all organza. I thought they were stitched, and on closer inspection there are stitches on top, but this is all organza.
Yeah.
Folded and layered. So pretty.
So,
a little bundle of joy, that, isn't it?
Makes them a little bit 3D when you've got those. So you can put, there is a print for where you do all those, but then a gap in the middle, and I just say fill that area with poppies. Yeah. And so you could be minimal, or you can really have them spilling over the edge. Or
all of here, this is all variegated thread where you've got all these colour variations.
It's a great colour. I mean, that's a little lazy daisy, a detached chain. So it's that stitch that you would have seen years ago on the tablecloths. But just the variegation just makes it so different.
And also as well, Katrina, what you do is so sort of, it's that cottage garden, that informality. It's not that sort of rigid printed lines, that stitch there. This is freeing, isn't it?
It's almost freestyle. It's almost like painting with fabric. That's what sometimes I describe it as. But it means
achievable for everyone.
Because if you're starting out in this as a hobby, they can look complicated. Yeah. And then when you break them down, they're very easy, step by step.
And also, this isn't a great time commitment either, is it?
No, I mean, if this was a counted method of stitching, then it'd take you a lot longer. Yeah. You can do these in a couple of hours,
Lovely. Or a nice weekend, just relaxing.
Just doing that. And chatting, it's a thing you can chat with. So you can chat with your friends, or sit in the kitchen, sit in the garden, wherever.
Well, no, I like a bit of stitching, so I can't talk to anybody.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah. No, I have to really concentrate on this. I'm sorry. I save things like this for Christmas when there's lots of people in the house.
Relax then.
Yeah,
right, okay.
yeah. Right, I'm guessing one more. My talkback has gone, guys, so I can't hear anything. This is the Larkspur Little Rockets. Is that the variety?
That's the variety. So it's like a delphinium, but they're very pale. So really there's just a few French knots on there, and this is the other colour of fabric, so it's called pistachio. So it's the same woolen fabric that we use, but it's just that fabulous colour of green.
That is
and then
gorgeous.
you've obviously got a little bit of a ladybird on there. So that's a nice one that you could add onto a quilt, or you could add it onto a cushion. So it's a really, really easy design. That doesn't take long, and it's got a few sequins and beads, but there isn't any organza on that particular one.
That's ever so pretty.
So it's nice. And then they've all got step-by-step instructions and things.
So you do not need to have background knowledge of embroidery or anything much. You even get your needle included, even in those kits for under £20. I mean, this one's under 15. That's amazing. Love it. Absolutely love it. Can we just very quickly do the display hoops, please? Because I've mentioned them a lot, and I think these two different sizes. Should we do the 5-inch first, the smaller? So these fit all of your smaller kits?
All of the smaller kits, and then you just press the two pieces together, and then you just lace it across the back.
Great.
And then they've got the hanger there. And I think that's probably the most versatile size, that and the 7-inch. It goes with lots of our designs.
I mean, for £4.65, I'm not even going to consider the other ways I might frame this. That is just such a lovely finish. Perfect, great. £4.65. I would urge you to multi-buy these, because 4 or 5, I mean, 4 of these is going to be less than £20. And to have these in stock for, it might be cross-stitch, it might be a bit of patchwork, mightn't it, in there?
Absolutely. They're very useful, and, you know, you can, I think it's because when you finish your project, you just want to frame it.
Yeah, get it on the wall.
And show it off,
Yeah.
you know, so they're good. They're really good. And the 7-inch ones fits all the ones that are like garden party. And
so this is your larger version. I'm going to grab the garden party, actually, and also carnations and loosestrife. So these ones, these are going to go, you're kidding me. So that is only an extra, what, 40p? 30p? £4.95 for the largest.
I mean, they're really good. And I think they look quite, they've got drama on the wall when you're hanging your work up, and then obviously you can move it.
Yeah, of course you can.
You can move it. So I think they're very good. And then you can be really neat and tidy and cover the back. See, for that one I haven't covered the back. I might have done for the other ones. I've just laced it across, and then just put. See. Oh yeah. And then when you finished it, you can hide all that with either a piece of felt or any fabric that you've got in your cupboard.
These are brill, absolutely brill. £4.95 for the 7-inch, and these work with all of the larger kits that we've got on today. Fabulous, fabulous. Steph says, I adore lupins, traditional cottage plants. Mum adored flowers too, and loved pointing out new ones. Yeah, gorgeous. My mum the same, you know, just these are all sort of quintessentially cottagey.
They are.
Fab. Would you mind giving us a little bit of a demo?
Right,
please?
let's go for it. Right, okay. So I'm just going to make sure I'm in the right place.
We're going to reposition the camera for you so that we can capture everything. Thank you. So at the moment then, Katrina's working on the book jacket. This is brand new, and it's called Floral Fireworks. Remember, you get 6 different designs, so 2 for the front, 2 for the back, and 1 for each of the inner flaps. So you can decide how you want to display and use these. You don't even have to make it up into a book jacket if you don't want to.
No, I think you could probably frame these or use them as a card if you didn't want to do a book cover. Okay, so this is what you get in your kit. You get the woolen fabric that's got the outline of each of the 6 individual designs. You get all the fabulous colours there on the thread card, and then of course you get a little bit of organza, and you also get the fabric that's for the book cover. So that's the right side, but you know, if you like that better, you could use that. So that comes in the kit as well, so you probably won't need that to start. Okay, so you've got your 6 designs, and then the first thing is to put the organza onto those, which I've just left the organza. Is I folded the organza?
Oh,
Or
I
it's-
don't think it's inside there. Oh, yes, it is.
It's hiding.
It
Hiding.
is.
Okay, so the first thing really is to put the organza over the fabric, and I'm just going to show you this one because I often use this technique in lots of different kits. So you just take a little bit of organza. So it's woven, it's a man-made organza, and so I'm going to just cut it on the bias, so that's like the stretchy part, and I'm just going to take a little bit of a slither, and then I'm going to be a bit mean to it. I'm just going to pull it apart like that and just distort it just till it looks textured, and then those pieces are going to go over the top. So just think messy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then you just take the flower head pins and you're just going to pin those on. You can have as many layers as you wish. Just get another little piece.
So this might be a little bit out of some people's comfort zone. As soon as you said be messy, I was like, oh.
I know, it's hard. It's hard because sometimes you think, even, and don't be messy. Well, I'm saying this time, be messy.
Be messy.
Be messy. So you pin those on, and that's ready to stitch. So it's your stitching that's going to hold that on there. All right. And again, you can prepare those early. I've got one where we're using the background, one where we're using the blue as a sky, and then to create the feather, I've got several colours. So we've got several colours, a candy pink, two-tone and a purple, and you're just going to overlay the different layers, and I've tacked those on in place so that as you start to do your stitching, they're not going to get tangled. So you can either leave them that size, or you can cut round the feather afterwards and just leave a little bit showing. So whichever you fancy doing. So first thing you're going to do is, this is the spring hoop, so this is the working hoop. We're going to just take that out. It's a spring loaded hoop, and that's going to keep your work in place.
I haven't seen those before.
So you put that bit on the table, and then you just take that over, and then you just hold that, and it'll go into place. All right, you can adjust it till you get it in the right position, and you just release that, and that keeps the tension. So if the tension changes, you just move it a little bit, and then you've got your work in the hoop ready to use. So you keep the hoop. If you were working near the edge, just move it round, and it'll just save that. So I'm just going to show you what we're going to do. So I've got one of the colours. It'll tell you the colour in the instruction, and I'm using 3 strands, and I'm putting a knot.
Cool.
I don't mind.
No judgment from me.
I don't care what the back looks like. So don't worry about, because we're going to cross over. We're going to use lots of different textures. So the back's not going to be perfect. It's just going to be a working.
Sure.
So you're just going to take, now you've got the print to actually work to, and all that you're going to do to start with is...
Or to ignore, if
you
want.
I think so. I think people worry too much about what the back looks like. But if you are like, if you want it to be perfect, then fine. Yeah. But, if you think, I don't really care. So you just enjoy, the idea at the end of the day is to enjoy the stitching. So these are just giant stitches that are just going to go over, and I've worked up both sides in one go. And if you get to one that is curved, then you can do a little bit of stem stitch. So this is the best stitch for going round a shape. So it's almost like a back stitch, but each time you work the thread, you keep the thread to the top. And you can still keep it in your hoop, but if you find it difficult to hold, then you can take it out the hoop.
So they're just sort of overlapping the previous stitch by about a half, yeah?
Yeah. And I've got 2 strands. So it looks like a nice smooth edge, but on the back it looks like a back stitch.
Gotcha.
So as you start to stitch, and then you can go on and then fasten off on the back there, you can just go around a couple of times, and that's just going to hold it in place. So don't knot at after the end, and then just take those. And then you're going to just build up straight stitches. So I'm just going to take that one. So as you're looking at the straight stitches, you can blend the colours together. You can use the metallic threads. You could scatter beads in there. So once you've got your
Do you tend to add
thread,
your embellishments as you go, or wait till the end? And
I think sometimes it depends where they are on this, but you'll be quite. Don't want to put every bead on because you'll never get it in the hoop. But there's usually enough space to do all of the designs and then add your beads. It's hard not to add them.
Yes.
You just want to keep doing them. So anyway, I've got a little bit of metallic here, and then you can add a little bit of straight stitch, and then you can add, and just really you're going to build that up, and then when you get to part of the feather, you can take some of the stitches down, and then you'll see that the feathers come from a different direction. And again.
So that's when you're sort of almost ignoring the print and just...
So just at the end, and that'll just give you a couple of stitches there to do that, and then just a couple of stitches on top of each other, and then that's going to be enough. So that's all straight stitch to do the feather. And then I'm just going to move on to the next bit.
The organza underneath had such an extra dimension, doesn't it? And it sort of elevates the whole thing.
I think it really makes it quite special.
It does.
And then you can cut that off if you wanted just to have a frayed edge, or not.
Yeah.
So this one, so I'm just going to move onto this one here. So this is part of the echinacea, or we're back here, this one with the dark centres. So you clip your hoop in again, and I've tacked on here the organza. And there is a plan, you know, in the instructions they'll give you a plan. Okay, I'm just going to take a little bit of the thread. So once you've got straight stitch is the best stitch, easiest stitch to do. So you just take the thread, and then you're just going to add a couple of stitches, just using the print, and you're just going to add a couple of straight stitches there.
And this is that amazing variegated thread,
It is the variegated thread. I'm just going to
I'm glad it's not just me that gets knots in there.
Oh,
thread.
no.
I
just don't know. I think it's easy done. It's easy done. So you just keep going, and you're going to fill that whole area with straight stitches, and that's a straight stitch.
No.
So you're just going to do it. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be straight. You're just going to build up the colours.
Oh, it's so relaxing.
It is. It's like when you can hear that sound where the thread goes through. So you build up a little bit of colour, and then the next part is to start adding the heavier textures. So in your kit you'll find the needle. We don't want to make it difficult, so it's got quite a large eye. It's a size 20 on this particular kit. So it means when you start to build up the other colours, you've got...
So this is using the Appleton's wool?
So this one's actually a
Jameson,
but it does have the colours just to blend.
Oh, Jameson's wools are amazing, aren't they?
They're just great.
Colours.
And they've
And
always got
fine
great
enough
names.
for embroidery as well.
Yeah, I think they are something that I really like to use. So
Do you
you're just
knit
going
as
to
well?
No.
So
I
you
did
don't
when
use
I
them
was a
for knitting?
child, but out of the two kinds of crafts, I prefer to stitch. I find it a bit easier. Maybe it's looking at all the patterns. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think this is relaxing to do.
Lovely. Oh, that looks gorgeous.
Okay, so once you've got a few of those in there, the next thing is to add a couple of French knots. So I just love French knots. Can't believe we've been stitching a little while and haven't even done a French knot. It's one of those things. One of those things that I just love French knots. So I'm going to show it in this thread first. Okay, so in this design, you're going to take the wool. So you've got you've done all the stitching across here, and then you're going to add a couple of French knots in the wool. But I'm going to show you one. in this. So this, it's such an easy stitch to do. So you bring the thread up from the back, and then you hold the thread about above the surface and about 2 centimetres. You're just going to go around once, twice, and then tilt the needle point down, but not into the same place, about 1 thread over.
Okay.
So as soon as you push the needle in, then you tighten that, and that's the secret to the French knot, is you keep that taut so that the thread stays twizzled around the needle. Then as you pull that through, you just let go. Don't be tempted to guide it with your finger. Just let it travel in on its own, and you've got the knot.
Easy.
So they are easy to do, and you almost get into a rhythm of the stitch, really.
But
so
presumably
again,
as well, Katrina, if they're a little bit messy, this is relaxed, informal stitching.
it is. I mean, because on some of my designs I do loopy French knots. So to do one of those, you know, it's not one that's gone wrong. It's one.
Right.
So you go around twice, and you just keep it fairly loose around the needle, and then you'll get a different kind of loop appearing, and that's quite nice.
Oh, yes.
So it's almost like it's adding texture to the design.
Totally.
So once you know a couple of those, you can do that. It's really a great stitch. So as you go again, always hold the thread above the surface. Then you just go, if you go around once, it's called a single turn French knot. So when you go through, you're using the same thickness of thread, but it just comes out smaller. All right, so going round, you'll get 1.
Okay.
All right, so sometimes vary the size. If you're doing an area with lots of texture, then you don't have to fasten off. You can go with more. So, but the thing is that if you want the French knot to be bigger, you get the thread thicker. Don't go around 6 times.
Oh, okay.
Right, because that just changes it, makes it lopsided.
So it's to the maximum?
To the maximum.
Okay.
Change the thickness of the thread if you want to do that.
Good advice.
So that's
great. Fabulous. Thank you.
Okay, so we
now
move on to the other one.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab the embroidery starter kit because I think this would be very, very useful for a lot of people. This is 2 different sizes of hoop, and it's that spring-loaded hoop, and you get your 5-inch, you also get your 7-inch, and you get your embroidery scissors as well. For $13.99, what?
I mean,
that's amazing.
They're great, and they're especially, I mean, if you do free machining, you could use them under the bed of the machine because you could just draw with it.
Yes.
But we found them better than a wooden hoop.
Yep.
I think the adjustment, it keeps it tighter, and you can adjust it much easier, you know, just by taking that hoop and adjusting it, whereas you haven't got to wrap it with any of the wood or anything, much quicker. And then you've got them. Once you've got them, you know, you can work them, and they don't distort the weave of the fabric. You know, if you left the hoop in, you can take it out on it, and it's fine.
Yeah, these are a lot finer, aren't they, than a wooden hoop as well. Brilliant value. $13.99. You get your 7-inch, you get your 5-inch. These are your working hoops, and your embroidery scissors, which are really cute. Those are lovely. I'm just going to show you
they're great. They're a good price, and they're sharp, so that if you're cutting the organza or snipping the threads, they're perfect for that.
Those are gorgeous.
Really. So,
well, 1 minute into mentioning that, 20% of the stock's gone. Yeah, they are fab, aren't they? It's just been sitting there sleeping.
I know.
Now we've come to life. That's brilliant. Let's do the wool fat quarters as well. So this is if you want some of your own background fabric. Now, this might be to do your own embroidery on. It might be that you want to turn some of these projects into maybe something larger. Then you can grab the fat quarters. So this is the natural one. I'm just going to have to pop it in the middle,
because
actually.
it's a much bigger fat quarter than you think.
Yes. Oh, gosh, that is big. Well, I'll hold it up for a second just so you can see the size. But look, that is a lot of fabric there. And it is absolutely beautiful. This is really soft.
It's lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely to work with, and it's lovely gives a great finish to your stitching. But it means if you've got threads left over and you want to do a little project or a card or something, you've got the fabric there, or you want to use it as a cushion. So this is the natural
dimensions.
No, you're at no. Well, that no 70, something like 76.
Right,
but I don't know. I can't remember.
It's
but that's
big
the half.
fat
That's
quarter.
half the width of the bale. So
75
the bale.
centimetres by 50 centimetres.
Right, there you go.
Got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
good.
That's lovely.
So that's a lovely one. And then the pistachio. We've got some of our designs in the pistachio as well.
And
but
really big
that's
piece, 75 by 50.
Yeah. I mean, it's just great if you wanted to do a cushion, or if you wanted to do, a book cover.
Yes.
Then you could do, or maybe backing. You don't want the corners to. It's
and is
slightly
that
more
100% wool?
100%.
Beautiful.
But it's got that
gorgeous.
shine to it. I think it's lovely. Really, really good. I mean, we do have some of our kits that are in cotton as well, but I think you get great textures with the wools and things if you're using those.
Now, garden party has proved very popular. Is there something you could show us from garden party?
Yeah, there is.
Please?
Could you pass me the kit, please?
Yeah, of course I will. There we go.
Okay, so I'm just going to open this because I just want to show you the threads here. So I've got my design part stitched, because last time I don't think I stitched anything, or hardly in the demo, because it had gone. So I just want to show you what you get in the kit. You get again a really nice range of colours. They're just so here we've got some Jameson ones again. I mean, this one's called Leprechaun. They've all just got fabulous names. Woolgrass. Oh, they've just got lovely names. And then you've got I think of those as chrysanthemums and those sorts of colours. And then you've got the Cosmos, which is a great favourite of mine. So there you get lots of different coloured beads. So you'll get beads for the centre of the flowers and beads for everywhere.
Loads of organza, printed woolen fabric as well.
I think the organzas are great. So you use the same technique for this one, so that if you're starting off, you're going to pin on the organzas to start with. So it's the same process. Cut it on the bias, and then you're going to pin that on. And then I've tacked it on. I'll just show you without take out the frame a minute. So that means that's all. We've got an edge to the design, and then in the instructions it shows you where to place them. But you can put them anywhere that you want, and actually it gives it. If we're using quite a lot of stitching, it makes it a little bit stable there to do that. So you're just going to take the hoop, and this is one probably where I do say, try and put the beads on later.
Yeah.
Because you're going to move the hoop at some point, and the beads are. I just think they're great treasure. I mean, look at these together with those. They're just lovely. So lots of the beads are a size 6, some of them. So that means they're bigger, and then you'll get a mixture of colours and a mixture of pinks, and the ladybirds, and then the sequins. So all the treasure there to put on, and sort of the lower areas, the greens, and the higher areas in the flowers and everything. So I think we'll have to use it. I'll just take a thread. So once you get going, these instructions are written so that you do each different flower, but they are so easy to do. I'm just going to pick a colour here. So this is to do a chrysanthemum. So there are lines on the fabric that you can follow. But it's the sort of thing, this is freestyle. Don't worry if it's not perfect. Don't worry if the back's, messy, doesn't matter. The idea is that you just enjoy it.
Yes.
I mean, just relax and enjoy it. Chat if you want to. So I'm going to do, this stitch is called Lazy Daisy. So I started off and I did the lazy daisies on the line, and now I'm doing one in between. So for this stitch, you hold the thread, and then you're going to go into the same place, turn the needle, and then tilt it so it comes onto the right side of the fabric, and then just hold that in place. So as you pull the thread through, you've got a loop, and then you're just going to hold the loop in place. So normally you can hold the loop just over the thread, or I'm extending it to make it more spiky. And then you're just going to carry on all the way around.
Gosh, you cover quite a big area in one stitch, don't you?
I mean, you've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 colours on that one, so you'll go around 4 times.
But it builds up such a lovely dense texture as well.
And they like that. They're almost like a pom-pom.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're just going to take the thread.
Boom, there.
And so, you can use that stitch, so you can use it and make that length anyway, and it comes into, as a plant, you can make it like little pom-poms. So that's the stitch. And so again, on here, you just go around with one colour, then another colour, and then as you get to the outer edge, you put more in.
Just sort of fill in.
And it doesn't have to, it doesn't want to be a perfect, you want to make it a little bit, the petals, some petals will be all at different levels. So that's easy.
Yes.
That's easy to do.
Nature is so forgiving for us, isn't it? Because, nothing is perfectly straight, circular, symmetrical, which is good.
And then I'm just I don't think we've actually stitched a bead on yet. So I'm just going to take...
Loving this kit. Be quick, won't you? There's over 20 in baskets. I've got enough stock for you, but I haven't got a lot left.
Okay, so I'm just going to take the thread. Now, you'll get bead thread in your kit. And
okay, great.
So that's in there, and it's a milliner's 10, so it's easier to thread than a bead needle. It's puffing about trying to get,
You don't need super thin bead needles.
It takes all the beads that we use, and then if you put them in a little container, you're just going to scoop the bead, and then you're just going to take the thread over the top, and then that's enough to hold that bead on.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can add as many or as few as you wish. And again,
so this is definitely my kind of embroidery.
Yeah, it's like, it's just freer.
Informal.
It's not. It's informal. Yeah, that's my garden full of weeds, and it's the same.
Weeds are just wildflowers.
I like it like that. So you just pick a few beads, and then you're going to fasten those off. So if it's on your book cover, perhaps do it twice.
Okay.
and then it's if you're going, it's going to be a working book. So stitch them on well. You don't want to, because you want to use it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay. It's such a lovely craft. Beautiful. I'm so glad that you've joined the Sewing Street family.
We really, it's the second time. We really enjoyed it. Everybody's lovely, and it's just relaxing to come and show people.
Yeah.
It was a lot of our customers who said, "Oh, you should go on Sewing Street."
Well, thank you to every customer
it is
said
for
that too,
a lot of our customers that said, "Oh, you'll love it." So
yeah, because it's not enough just to see you once or twice at a regional show. We need to see more of you.
It's good fun, and it's
Will we
nice.
ever get Ted on air, do you think? Or is he just
I don't know.
completely refused?
Well, no, I'm sure he'll be there. You can do French knots too,
Hey, there you go. Well, you showed it so easily. I think even I could do that French knot. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Okay, keep checking out your baskets, won't you? Now, the second hour that I share with Katrina at 12 o'clock is not a repeat of... We've got all new stuff.
We have.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely awesome. If we've got any particular favourites, we might sneak them in if we can. But look forward to a completely fresh hour at 12 o'clock with Rowand Dean and Christina Whitten. Katrina.
Yeah.
I've called you 3 different names today. Please forgive me. Right, we'll see you in an hour.
Yes.
I will see you after the break with more Liberty. That quilt kit that has been flying out. Have you got yours? Well, don't leave it too late. I'll see you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold, because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Oh, I've been very excited about this kit. It's gorgeous and it's brand new. It's from the very talented designer Matthew Pridemore. Just a beautiful, beautiful showcase of a brand new Liberty collection called Postcards from Paradise. Now, although the fabrics are very tropical inspired, I think, there's something about this quilt that just makes me think of a cottage garden, sort of thatched cottage maybe, or half timbered, very kind of picket fence and just gentle. There is a formality there in those blocks, but the Liberty fabrics just kind of spilling out and tumbling. I think they're gorgeous. It's a fabulous quilt kit. It's a good size as well, very manageable size, but a very useful size. It's 50 inches by 68 inches. So perfect for throw, lap, sofa, single bed to cover, double bed to cover the end, a topper, 127 centimetres by 173 centimetres. And the chunk of fabric that you get is absolutely phenomenal. I'm just going to show you in brief. I'm not going to open it all out, but just in brief to show you just how much fabric you are getting here. It is phenomenal. Look, if you missed out on the bundle, the mega bundle of fabric earlier, and were a bit miffed and a bit disappointed, I think this would make a rather fabulous substitution. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Is that the whole collection? That's the whole collection. And your background fabric, which is absolutely... Is the background... That's Liberty too, isn't it? Oh, and the pattern... And you're not paying $199.99. No, you're not. And it's on split pay. And everyone that's already checked out pays that price. £40 saving, $159.99. Well, I think we've just made lots of people's day because loads of you have already checked out your baskets on this. You are saving £40 on the kit price. If you've checked out already, don't worry, you are paying $159.99. The money comes out at midnight. £53.33 to get it home.
I'm sorry, it isn't quite the collection.
Not quite.
Because you've got 2 Emily Bells in there.
Oh, you do, don't you? That's Emily Bell there.
Yeah, you've got an Emily Bell and then you've got your Madsy silhouette. The Madsy Blossom Lazenby silhouette, the white one.
Yes, this one here.
But it is
1, 2,
all the
3,
others.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you're getting, it's one short of the full collection.
Yeah.
And you've got that as well. I think that's phenomenal. Wow. Wow. The split pay is amazing, isn't it? 3 split pays. So $53.33 to get the kit home and get cracking. Beginner level, confident beginner.
Yeah.
But this is just gorgeous. Full instructions as well. Great instructions. I mean, if you think of that as being $9.99 value, so now it's £150 for the full kit, which to me seems like something of a bargain. Fab. Absolutely brilliant.
I mean, Matthew Pridemore has said it was an intermediate level, but like you, I agree, a confident beginner, because as long as you take... The only bit that I could see of issue is when you're starting to join things on the bias, and that's right at the end when you're doing these triangles. But the rest of it, I think, is more than manageable by a beginner, because it is straight line sewing, and if you're doing every step, you know, one at a time, and you're repeating it, so that increases your accuracy and confidence, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Whenever I say beginner level, I never mean your very first quilt ever. You've never done any sewing. This is a total bit. I'm thinking you've sewn a few half square triangles, some 4 patches together. You're aware of the process, but this is definitely beginner friendly. I think that's beautiful and just such a gorgeous summery quilt. Now, if you're somebody that gets those winter blues and the only thing that keeps you going through the winter is the thought of your garden or that sunshine or those gorgeous flowers, then I always think having beautiful, bright, summery fabrics in the house is very, very heartwarming. I just think these are
it's
gorgeous.
good therapy as well, isn't it?
So, I think so. Colour and...
Working with colour makes you smile.
It does. It does. And there's a lot of fabric here, by the way.
Yes.
Huge pieces. The white on white print, this is Liberty as well. Every single scrap of fabric in this quilt kit is Liberty. You've got that one fabric in Emily Bell, and then the rest of the collection, there's 14 of the 15 fabrics from the main collection. I think that's fantastic. Pattern included as well. Now, I think a third of the stock of the kit is now gone. Oh, I mean, over half of it, really, because lots and lots of you have got this in your baskets. Just remember to check out. Don't get so enthralled by the demo that you forget to check out. And then I say, oh, it's sold out. Well done if you got it, because that would be a horrible shock and a horrible surprise.
Yeah, it will be if you...
Yes.
What will you sit on when you have your picnic in the garden? Or
I know.
wrap yourself in the evening when it goes cooler?
Wet grass. Just wet grass, which is no fun.
You'll end up with a soggy bottom.
Yes, yes. I don't like it. That is stunning, isn't it? What
it is a beautiful,
quilt.
glorious, happy quilt,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I really love that piece border as well. That's simple,
the more I
easy,
look at that, and especially on screen, I think it's really clever the way that the trail of with this lotus spot comes through.
It's a zigzag, isn't it?
But the ditzy just breaks up that zigzag, doesn't it? Really cleverly.
Yeah, it's a very, very clever frame. It's a very clever frame.
Think of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really, really lovely. And I
Matthew
like
done good.
Yeah, he did. And I like the fact that all the warm colours are in the middle, and then you go to the cooler, so it's almost like night and day, isn't it?
Yeah. Or flower beds.
Yes.
I was thinking it looked like flower beds, and you've got sort of different areas of the garden.
Formal garden flower beds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then a herbaceous border around the outside.
Absolutely.
Stunning. The binding as well is in that lovely,
Lotus
you get a
spot.
lovely big chunk
Yeah.
of, the lotus spot. So just fab. Now, do remember to check out your baskets on this. Loads and loads of you have got this in your baskets. I mean, a lot of you have got it in your baskets. I've got low double figures of this kit left. It's phenomenal value, $159.99. Size-wise, it's 50 inches across by 68 inches long. And the really good news about a quilt that size is that is completely doable from start to finish on your domestic sewing machine. Whatever size domestic sewing machine you've got, even one of the small ones, that is going to go through absolutely like a dream for quilting, for piecing, the whole shebang. So it's great, I think, when you've got a quilt size where you can do start to finish easily and effectively at home. So that's the kit. Now, talking of finishing it, quilting it, because again, not so big that you think, oh, it's going to take me a year. You can have this done for this summer, I promise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's talk backing fabrics. Now, I'm going to grab the one that has been used for backing this quilt. And Susie, I wonder if I could ask you just to lift the corner on the quilt, just so you can see how beautifully that finish. I mean, this is the most perfect finish to a Liberty quilt, isn't it? Liberty on the back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is Emily Bell, but it's scaled up to suit the
Yeah.
size of the fabric.
Yeah,
because this fabric's 108 inches wide. Do you want to... Can we put the details up? Do you need the code? Yes, that's the one, yes. Yeah. Loads of you are already checking out on this. I mean, for one thing, £17.99 for half a metre, but remember the width of this fabric is 274 centimetres. That is 2 3/4 metres wide. That is a very, very, very economical way of buying Emily Bell.
It is.
Isn't it?
It is.
And I love the
If
larger
you're
scale.
Dressmaking.
Dressmaking,
Yeah.
oh, it would.
And I think the large scale is actually better for dressmaking
Yes, I agree.
because you can see that line detail better.
Yeah. Or if you wanted to make a shirt out of this, I reckon I would probably buy a metre and a half.
Yeah, you need 1.6 metres to do.
Oh, for the quilt. I was
for the
thinking for a
quilt.
shirt. Normally I would buy 2.5 to 3 metres for a long sleeve shirt.
Yeah, so 1.5 would be plenty.
1.5 would be plenty.
Yeah, you'd have leftovers.
So that's actually a lot more economical than buying quilt weight cotton at regular width.
Whenever I can, I buy wide width.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I've just looked and seen what stock we've got left. I've got 7 metres left. Now you're going to need to buy 2 metres or 4 units to back the quilt, which means we've got enough for 3 customers plus a metre left over. Oh gosh, that's a sobering thought. If you're making a shirt about 1.5 metres, yeah, lots of you rushing to buy this now before we sell out. I've got some other colours. None of them I have huge quantities, but I've got some others that will be really suitable, and they're all Liberty. This is about to sell out. I've got 3.5 metres left at the moment. Okay, so next up, can I cherry pick? Is that all right? Well, this is such a beautiful colour. Now, not necessarily, you could back the quilt with this, but I just think this is such a glorious colour. Yeah, that's the one. This is like the most soft, sagey green, bluey green almost. Olive leaf, yeah, maybe eucalyptus, that sort of colour. That's so pretty. Like a really soft jade.
It is, yes, it is, yeah. It's got grey tones in it, so it's not a green, you know, rich green, is it?
It's gorgeous.
It is lovely.
Don't forget as well that with this is 108 inches wide. So if you wanted to make, say, a duvet cover and pillowcases, and if you've ever been into Liberty and seen what they would charge you, yes, I know. It's like we looked once, and it was something like about £480 for a Liberty duvet cover. Now, I'm not saying that you can't buy cheaper duvet cover. We all know this, right? But if you were to make a duvet cover with this Liberty and had it on one side, okay, plus pillowcases, I reckon you could do that out of like 2 pillowcases and that. I'd probably be conservative and say 3.5 metres. Do you mind just doing the maths for me, please? It's 7 times £17.99. Because that would be enough. Now, obviously, you're going to need another fabric for the underside. That would be £125.93. That pales into insignificance compared with your £450 or £500 if you wanted to buy a Liberty duvet cover from Liberty. I just think it's worth thinking about that sometimes because that is amazing quality. 100% cotton, Liberty fabric. And this is the same substrate as the regular, isn't it? It's not finer, it's not looser weave.
It's the Lazenby cotton, so it'll wash, wear really well. So for bedding, it is absolutely perfect because you know that when it goes through the wash, it'll come out the same size as it went in. Yeah,
which your duvet cover and pillowcases is going to. It might be just that you've got like a cream duvet cover and you just make yourself 2 or 4 pillowcases out of this, in which case probably a metre would be plenty, front and back. The blue, by the way, is sold out. This one is flying out. I've got 12 metres left of this. Lots of you buying multiple units. Of course, it's fabulous, isn't it? Right, I'm going to grab another one now. I'm going to grab the darker blue.
The navy.
Was navy? Yeah. Just, again, a shirt in this would be amazing. This would be beautiful for backing your Postcards from Paradise quilt. Oh, it is such beautiful fabric. Such a good
It's
price.
funny because although the base is the same colour, it looks grey on there, doesn't it, with the blue tones around it?
It does, it does. It
It's not-
softens and
Yeah.
cools everything down.
But again, the line work really comes through. It's beautiful.
Well, and just having that slightly larger scale.
See, I think curtains or a blind in that
It'd be lovely.
look phenomenal.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
it'd be fabulous.
Yeah,
It'd be
tablecloth.
fabulous. Yep, a
Something.
dust ruffle
Or
around the base of your bed.
If you were doing a strawberry tea, the red one would
Oh,
be
yeah.
amazing. for
Yeah,
strawberry.
I'm going to grab the red next, actually, because that would, again, be a really gorgeous backing
Yeah.
for the quilt. Because you've got those red elements in the quilt.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you were doing something like a Christmas quilt.
Yes.
And you want to back a quilt with that. Oh, yummy.
Yeah, or even a Christmas table runner.
That would be gorgeous.
Yeah.
In which case, 1/2 metre would be enough.
Well, if you've got 1/2 metre of the red and 1/2 metre in the green that's coming up, that's your Christmas colours, isn't it?
yeah.
Or your traditional Christmas colours. And you could do pretty much your tableware, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
Napkins,
You could.
your placemats.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. We've called this crimson. It's a really sort of deep hollyberry red, really. Yummy. I've got my producer saying all kinds of reds in my ear. Like, oh no, it's not that. Right, this next one is like a mint.
Tomato ketchup, I suspect, was what.
Yes,
Yeah.
mermaid.
It is mermaid, and it does look like how you would imagine a mermaid's tail coming into the light. It's a very, very fresh aqua.
Summer wedding.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, a winter wedding as well, because
Yeah.
it's got that nod of sort of frostiness
Yes,
to it as
yes.
well.
It's
just a stunning colour, and it merges well with a lot of other colours, and a lot of the previous Liberty collections.
Yeah.
Has got that.
Oh,
in it.
absolutely. Well, just, again, thinking like your pillowcases, you
Yeah,
know, just think
It's clean and fresh.
a white cuff.
Yeah.
A white cuff, and then that, or the other way around,
Yeah.
have your pillowcase, and then just that end
Oh, what
of
if
your
you did a
pillowcase.
pleated ruffle?
Yes, please. Yes.
That'd be amazing.
Yes, all of that. Yes,
I'll
all
just
of
knock that up in the
please.
green, really.
Yes, please. It's brilliant. Right, that's that one. I've also got a gorgeous pink. Now, again, ideal for backing our quilt. This is vintage pink. This is a kind of soft bubble gum, isn't it? And again, the line work in Emily Bell just comes into its own here. I want shirts in all of these. Please. That would be a gorgeous colour. Actually, I don't look nice in pink. Pink doesn't suit me.
No, because you've got quite red tones anyway, so add a pink to it. Yeah.
I feel like I've just been slapped.
Why?
Red tones.
Well,
Is that
no,
in my
your
eyes?
skins.
Oh, in the skins.
In your skin tones.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I've got orange in mine. so
Right.
Any lipstick I put on goes literally bright orange.
Really?
Yeah. Whatever colour I start with goes bright orange. It's horrible.
Oh.
That's why I don't wear it.
I'd like to have my colours done.
Would you?
Yeah, I
No.
would. Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah. Like colour. There was a Find Your Season. or
Yes.
something.
Yeah, no, a lot of people have them, don't
Yeah.
they?
This is evergreen. Again, this is a good kind of Christmas colour, isn't it? Christmas green.
Good backing for picnic quilts as well, because it's got the green of the grass that you're
Woodsy.
going to sit on, and it looks a bit autumnally.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a fresh green.
These are all, remember, 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres. So perfect, your extra wide backing fabrics. But where they differ from a lot, I mean, all of the backing fabrics that we have, all of the extra wides that we have on Sewing Street are great quality. But a lot of manufacturers use a lower thread count. It's a different substrate. It's 100% cotton, but it's a different weight of cotton to the regular fabrics that we use for quilting. Liberty is different. Their base cotton is exactly the same, whether it's a backing fabric or the regular fabric. So that is wonderful. So you truly can mix these with any of your quilt weight cottons, front or back. Lots and lots of you shopping across different colours. These next two, I think, are going to be incredible. Well, our last two, these are just very, very good neutral colours that would go with anything. I'm going to start with clay because this is a really good kind of general interiors fabric. Whether you love that kind of cream or like sort of soft tan or that kind of neutral ivory colours in your house, or you like that sort of modern neutral look, which is very much that sort of silvery, putty grey, greyish. This would work in either.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is
but
yummy.
If you wanted a skirt or a pair of wide leg trousers, for example, that would look really good because it gives you lots of options to colour tone above.
It does. It does. Gorgeous. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Pair of palazzo pants in any of these. Thank you very much.
Yes, 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 yes. Don't forget, I mean, we can't tell you exactly how much fabric you would need for, you know, a particular dressmaking pattern, but just keep in mind that it's 274 centimetres wide, which is almost 2 3/4 metres. So it's very, very wide fabric. So as I say, for a shirt where I'd normally buy 2.5 metres of regular width, I'm certainly not going to use more than 1.5 metres of that. And I don't mind if I've got leftovers, because I'll use them in my quilting.
It's not something you're going to cry over.
No, I wouldn't worry about that. Last fabric is this one. This is charcoal.
See, I really like that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I want Liberty, can you pass this message back to them? I want Liberty to do all of the Emily Bell in this same way that they've done.
The wide widths.
The two-tone of the same colour.
Yeah.
Because there's a blue and there's the charcoal.
Yes.
But the rest of them...
Is colour on
cream
on
or...
white.
Yeah. And this I just adore. I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah, I think it's really lovely. And for a bag lining, I
Yes.
think that is phenomenal because you've got interest in there.
Yeah.
But you've also got that beautiful detail.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think the wide leg trousers in this as well.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, so versatile. $17.99. It's gorgeous. Oh, Christine's got in touch. She says, "Morning, gorgeous people. Love your shirt, Stuart. Love the quilt. Thank you. Thank you." Should we make a quilt?
Yeah.
Should we make elements of a quilt?
Yeah, we'll make elements. I was just panicking then when you said, "Should we make a quilt?" I think,
Come on.
Seriously? How long have we got?
Susie Duncan.
I know I say fast. That is ridiculous.
So we're working from the Postcard from Paradise quilt. Beginner friendly. We're going to show you how. Let's launch in.
So, believe it or not, there are only 5 different types of block in here.
Great.
2 of them are made almost identically, apart from the centre.
Okay.
So, you haven't, as you can see, you're not making hundreds of the same block, so you're not going to get bored. But it also means you're learning different things and different layout techniques within this
And that main
pattern.
block, Susie.
Yes.
What is it? Is it a pineapple?
It is a pineapple,
Yeah,
I
thought
think.
it was.
Which I think is quite apt because we're in paradise.
Yes, true enough.
Yeah. So I've already made what they call block 1, which is this one. And the pattern has very detailed cutting instructions for you. Familiarise yourselves with the fabrics. And I actually laid mine out in alphabetical order, which is how they run the patterns. And I cut in alphabetical order and then labelled it in alphabetical order so that I knew what was what and didn't get myself in a pickle. You're going to be using a 1/4 inch seam throughout, and I will say that you need to be very accurate with your 1/4 inch if you want the quilt to be the size it is.
Sure, of course.
And all your blocks to be finished, which I know sounds a bit obvious to say, but it is important with this, because you end up putting it on point, so that means going diagonally instead of straight rows, because a row actually becomes this when you put it together. So you must be accurate, otherwise everything else doesn't fit together. So practice that with some scraps. Doesn't have to be a Liberty scrap, it can be any scrap, but do it double and make sure you know what your quarter is. The rest of it is so clearly laid out, literally handheld, step by step, and you can methodically work your way through. So if you're someone like me that likes a methodical process, this is absolutely perfect for you to follow all the way through to make your blocks. So let's make, or we won't make
that is a smart block. That is lovely.
Really, really neat, isn't it? So what I did was cut everything out, and then I layered the block in the order that I would construct it, because then I know what I'm picking up, and that way you can construct, because you're going to do, I think it's 3 of each one, isn't it? Yeah, 3 of each one.
So, 4 of the one and 2 of the others.
2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, 4 of one and these 2.
Yeah.
You can then strip, chain piece if you want to. So I've got my elements here laid out.
So do I need to buy a pineapple trim tool or a special...
Absolutely not.
No, good.
No, you do not need any special equipment.
Excellent. So I get full instructions for how to make this. Well, that's useful.
You do indeed. So exactly, and you're learning a new block if you haven't tackled a pineapple trim tool before, pineapple block before.
Sure.
I'm just hunting around because I've totally mislaid. I thought I left it out. Oh no, here it is. This. Words are escaping me.
Dear.
So all of the fabrics I treated with Best Press before I started, and ironed, so that you've got your best chance of getting everything beautiful. And the first thing you're going to do is to mark one diagonal on the reverse of each of the corner squares. And that's another thing I liked, is that it's squares we're adding, not triangles, which is when, if you're a beginner, it makes it a bit easier, doesn't it, and less daunting.
Yeah, 100%.
But if you are a bit further on in your quilting journey, there's other things that you might want to do, like draw not just the diagonal, but if you draw another mark a ½ inch away, you can end up creating an extra half square triangle square.
Yeah.
But that isn't part of it. So I'm going to use pins to hold everything down, because it's important it doesn't move, but you could put a little bit of glue pen underneath if you've got today's early bird. If we've got any left, doubt it. But when you position your squares, they're right sides together, and your diagonals want to go across to cut the corners. So what we're doing is, in effect, snowballing corners on this occasion. So nothing too onerous as yet.
No, this is totally beginner friendly.
Yeah. And I've got my machine set at a piecing stitch length of 1.8, but everybody's machine has its own set piecing.
Well, they do, but I do say to people, when you're doing your patchwork, if you don't have an Elmer, which the patchwork stitch is 1.8, set your machine to 1.8.
Yeah.
Shorter stitch length is beneficial in patchwork and quilting, because we're not reinforcing at the start and finish of seams. No. We're often piecing and then chopping up, which again is weakening your seams. So a shorter stitch length is a good idea throughout.
Yeah, it also means that because it's usually a quilt that's going to be on someone's lap or thrown around, the seams don't pull And
Right.
you can't see daylight through them or wadding through them. You know, you don't get that gap in a seam that you would if you've used a longer stitch length.
For sure. Do check out on this quilt kit, won't you? My numbers are dwindling. How many in baskets, please, Dora? Oh, okay, right. So, yeah, my remaining stock is dwindling fast. I've got low 20s kit-wise, and, I mean, a ton of you with it in your basket. I've got single figures left when you've checked out. Yeah. So stitch and flip.
Flip, yeah. So
you haven't trimmed anything
I
away
haven't
at this
trimmed
stage?
anything, and this is in the instructions.
Because this is definitely how I would do it too.
Yes.
I never trim first.
I do on some occasions, but for this not, because I wanted to keep, because you are adding square and squares and squares, you want to keep that square going.
It's the most accurate way. When you flip that triangle back, you've got something to compare it to.
Also, you've got nothing to stretch if you've already, you know, if you keep that underline, that secondary level of fabric, it doesn't stretch the one that you press over then. But by trimming away, what you actually do is reduce your bulk for the next process.
Yeah.
So it's not, we're not trying to be saving bits. Well, some people don't save it.
Oh, I would.
I
would
save
those.
these.
I'd run those through now through my sewing machine.
Well, that's
sew up half square triangles.
This is what I've done with these.
And then you can just trim them to the right size and shape for a future project.
Yeah, so these ones make 1.5 inch squares, and the next level up make 2.5 inch squares. Not that I've planned my next project or anything. So from there, we're then going to add on some of the Lazenby Silhouette Madsy Bottom. Now this is tone on tone. And probably on camera you can't see which is the right side and which is the wrong side. But when you've got it in your hands, you can feel the right and wrong side.
Yeah.
Because one side has a slight, not stickiness, but you can feel...
It's embossed, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels different on one side than the other. And when you get a more opaque design with sort of vignetted edges on the wrong side. So you're just going to place those short sides on your sides first. Have I muddled all these up? Yes, there they are, look.
So the strips you're adding on, are these cut to the exact size
they
you
are.
need them to be? Yeah.
Yeah, I have cut these to the exact size. The other thing with these is it doesn't matter which side, which is the side and which is the top and bottom, because we're snowballing at each level to get that pineapple shape.
Yes.
It all works out. You can't see a join at the sides, so you know which is top and bottom. And the centre fabric is multi-directional. So again, we haven't got to keep worrying, oh, is it if I got the right side or have I got the wrong side, which is great because again, if you're a beginner, that's another element that is a worry and an extra stress level that you have to don't want to have to think about, isn't it?
This is easy, relaxed sewing. We like that.
Absolutely.
This
Very
sort of
achievable.
Log cabin style, cutting the logs to the right length, I think is key. I know there are instructions out there and videos out there where it's like a long strip and you add them all on and then chop them off. I just think that's a route to getting your blocks splaying and stretching at the edges and deforming. I think cutting your logs to the right length, pinning and sewing is the best way to get accurate blocks, I really do.
It's also a secondary check on keeping your block the right size.
Yes,
because if it doesn't fit, then you need to look at where you're sewing and what your 1/4 inch is doing.
I'm glad you said that rather than just trim the ends off. Because I know that's tempting, but don't do it.
No, you double check everything. If something is measured and the maths says it should be that, and yours says it doesn't, no offence, but usually the maths is correct.
Yes.
It's usually the practical side of life that goes wrong, not the theory, isn't it? So now we've done those. I've pressed those with the seams out.
Oh, that's a nice fit. Look at that.
That was lucky, wasn't it?
Well, I would say it was probably more likely to be skill than luck, but that's what you're looking for. When you add the next log, it should fit perfectly. If it's a little bit short, your seam allowances are too skinny.
Yeah.
If it's too long, then your seam allowances are too small. So even when you put your third piece of fabric on, you'll know if you've been accurate or not. And don't think, oh, it doesn't matter as long as I'm consistent. I think that's the worst advice any quilters ever gave, is, oh, well, as long as all your seams are the same size, it'll be fine. It won't be fine.
Well,
Quarter inch.
Certainly won't measure what you think it's going to do.
Right. Sue has said that Liberty extra wide fabric makes beautiful, cost-effective jelly roll rugs or placemats.
Yeah,
that is a very, very
true.
good idea. Yes, indeed.
And also for binding on a quilt, because you've not got lots of joins then.
That's a really good idea.
Because 274 centimetres
is
a good bit of binding, isn't it?
It is. You mean all this time I've been joining strips together to make binding and I didn't need to?
Well, they've only just launched the Emily Bell extra
I've never
wides.
seen it before. It's amazing.
Yeah,
Absolutely
it is
beautiful.
a new one to the home of Liberty.
I need to make better friends at Liberty, you know. Don't I?
So my next block colour, I'm just going to double check this, is what I thought, I believe. Is E, which is fuchsia. Yeah, so it's this one. So it's a similar idea, but this time I've got a bigger square, bigger square to go on, which gives you that, if you look at the finish, you've got small, large, small, large, small, which is how the pineapple sort of has that 3D look, isn't it, with that effect. So we're going to add that one on there. How are we doing on time?
We're doing good.
I'll just do this corner and then I'll move on to the other block because you can see what the finished effort of this is going to be. But at least we've done a complete sort of pineapple round, if you like.
If you want to get the kit, don't hang about. Look at all this gorgeous fabric you get. It is stunning. Oh, it's absolutely divine. I love the way it's all folded as well. It's so neat. Look, I'm not even unravelling any of it. I'm just leaving it alone. All of this and your white on white, which is Liberty. It's not just a generic, it's not a cheapy kind of white on white that's been thrown in. It's Liberty. It's all Liberty. 15 different print fabrics plus your white on white Liberty. And then you've got your full instructions as well. You've everything you need there to make the quilt. I think that's amazing value. You've made a £40 saving on the fabric. You're getting the pattern included as well, so no extra charge. It's also, you're not going to have to spend money getting this long arm quilted either, I suspect, because at 50 inches by 68 inches, it is perfectly quiltable on a domestic sewing machine. And I mean, anybody could quilt that on a domestic sewing machine. Yep. Walking foot or darning foot, whatever you choose. It's manageable size.
You could hand quilt it.
You could hand quilt it. That would be lovely. I'm almost down to teens. I'm very, very fast approaching teens left. Now, don't miss out on this because we've completely sold out of the mega bundle of all of these fabrics. We can't re-kit this because we can't get any more of the Liberty Postcards from Paradise, first and foremost. We've sold out of lots of the individual fabrics, which means we cannot rebundle anything. So it's kind of, if this sells out today, that's it. Yeah, it'll be gone, and it'll be gone forever, I'm afraid. It's just lovely. And I think as well, you know, excuse me, I loved the fabric, the individual fabrics when I saw them. But as soon as Susie brought the quilt out, I said, wow, now that is a gorgeous quilt. It's so cottagey, it's so fresh.
It's fun.
It is, it's lovely, isn't it?
But I also also like, as we've already mentioned, the nod to the formal gardens and that Tudor era that is so much part of Liberty's thinking. I know they weren't from the Tudors, but the whole sort of layout of the building and a lot of the collections have a nod to that.
Is the building Tudor? It looks it.
I'm not sure how. It's not Tudor
No.
originally, but they made it look Tudor-esque.
Ah, yeah. Because I know the beams, aren't they from a ship?
Yes, they are. Yeah, yeah. One of the ships that used to bring everything from the Far East.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, so that's in the main area when you go through. So where the installation is actually, you can see it.
Well, I'm back down in London on the 1st and 2nd of July.
Excellent.
So I will definitely be going to see the Liberty exhibition when I'm down there. I missed it, when I was there last time, and that was just me forgetting. I got into such a whirl.
You were too busy in the cocktail.
Well, I wasn't, but I did run into Sue Pollard from Heidi High, which I think that threw me. I think that meeting her threw me.
It's amazing if you do go up to London, how many people you walk into unexpectedly.
Yes.
And you sort of double take because they're out of context.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
I've walked into Harrison Ford.
Oh, did you?
Well, not just walked. He actually barged straight into me. Which
How?
was quite exciting.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting.
It was great.
Did you say sorry?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, that's all right then.
And it was quite good because he actually sort of hugged me in the process, because you know how when you walk into someone, you sort of naturally do this to stop you. Well, he did that as
Did
well.
you just grab
No, I didn't.
Harrison Ford?
I didn't. No, I didn't. So that's, look, you'll just continue then.
Repeat.
So the next one actually is one of the lotus spots. It's the coral lotus spot. And it's a thinner piece. It's not as wide, you can see, as the white. So that gives it even more dimension and that sort of look as if you're looking down a hole or something.
Now, Susie, some of us get just a little nervous about working with narrow strips of fabric. There seems to be a bit more wiggle room with a wide piece of fabric, but any tips?
Pin it or clip it. So
Spray starch it.
Yeah, well, I've already done, but yeah, I wouldn't wing sew as
Right.
I wouldn't just hold it against the edge of the block. This is too long because this is the outer one.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't just hold it against the edge of the block and hope it'll stay where it is. I would definitely be pinning the thinner ones and pin them away far enough so you can leave the pins in as you sew. Don't ever sew over a pin. That's just a disaster.
We don't approve.
Disaster on all levels, that is. For your machine, your pin, and everything. So that is what I do for thin pieces.
Yes.
And I've worked with 3/4 of an inch before now and still managed to keep a nice straight by some miracle piece. But
so that's just repeat. So you add a frame, add your triangles, add a frame,
and you're going to do 2 in this coral and fuchsia centre and 4 in the blue and fuchsia centre. And then there's the other block, the 2 that are in this piece here, which are super easy as well. So shall I grab the pieces?
Yes, please. Check out your baskets, please. This is your final call. Over half the stock has gone. Really, everything I've got left is in baskets. This is the sort of time when everyone starts checking out their baskets now. Everyone starts checking out their baskets. And then what happens is that people who are just, I'm going to watch until the very end and then I'll miss out because it's sold out before they get there. And genuinely, we can't remake this. We can't remake this. We've asked, can we restock? And we can't. So genuinely, this is the information I'm being told. We cannot restock.
Right, so because they've been in my bag, I'm just giving them another quick press. But again, all of the fabrics were treated before I even cut anything. which is a great opportunity to familiarise yourself with the actual designs and the names and get a feel of if there's a particular direction that you want everything to be.
Yeah.
Now this block, I found it quite useful to lay everything in front of me.
Oh yeah.
Because it is one of those that you can do that with, and it means that you're picking up things in the right order. You can double check that you've got all your Madzi silhouette the right way up as well, because there'll be one that you'll put in the wrong way round.
Can I just mention, a few people are asking online which fabric is missing from the collection. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's 3. Are there only 2 colourways of that?
Yeah,
there isn't a third
it's the
colourway.
whole collection.
You think what, sorry?
I do think it's the whole collection, isn't it?
There's 14.
Oh, is there?
There's
Oh,
not
so there is
15. Oh, I thought I'd worked it out then.
Hang on, I can double check.
Well, then in that case, no, I can tell you what it is. It's the passion flower.
Passion flower
the
sway.
other colourway.
Yes, you haven't
the pink.
You haven't got the pink sway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pink colourway of this one
Yeah.
here. So now, is the pink version of that available on its own? Yes, it is.
Oh, so you get the whole
we
lot.
didn't have the blue on its own. Yes, please. So if you really, really wanted to get the full collection, if you get the quilt kit, obviously you can make the quilt. But then if you want to know that you've got the full collection, get yourself 1/2 metre of this PBYV08. That is the passion flower sway in pink, and that is the missing fabric. I almost spotted it first time. I could hear Laura in the gallery saying, "Oh, which is the one that's missing?" And I was going, I know, but I didn't know at that point because I thought it was one of the orchid ones. But there's only 2 of those.
The hero one is there's only 2 of.
Gotcha.
So I'm just joining these in the layout rows that we put down, and then I can press them all at once.
So this is a lovely, easy beginner block, isn't it?
Super easy, and it's a variation on a 4 patch, isn't it? Really, because all you're doing is adding a sashing piece in between.
Yeah.
But if you've never made a block that's got sashing or sashed a block, it's a nice introduction to sashing because everything is worked out for you. You've not got to do the guesswork on the sizing. And they're manageable sizes to work with without being cumbersome or too silly size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're just adding some narrow borders and then snowballing the corners.
The corner. So there's my top and
Fab.
bottom. Just got more to do. So
Yes, do check out your baskets on this quilt kit before it's gone, won't you? More checkouts while we've been chatting. Well done. I'm now down to teens. So if you want this, I'm down to teens. These are your last few chances. £40 saving. Remember, at midnight tonight, if there's any of these kits left, the price will go back up to £199.99. Don't pay that. You can pay £159.99 now. In fact, you can pay £53.33 now to get it home. First of 3 split pays if you want. Split pay is brilliant.
Split pay, yeah, it's phenomenal actually, because it allows you to budget things, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Especially if you're thinking ahead and thinking this would make a lovely present for somebody. It's giving you time to make it, but also giving you the time to purchase it when you know, in manageable bites.
I think it's. I can imagine gifting that finished quilt in lots of ways. I think it's got a lovely, you know, happy retirement gift or a new baby gift.
A wedding as
well. Wedding gift,
Be a lovely wedding quilt, especially you know for summer as a summer wedding. Or you know when a lot of people go away and have their weddings abroad, don't they? That would be phenomenal. So I have pressed my seams in towards my sashing
Right.
On all, and in the centre ones, I've pressed it, so always towards the white I have pressed, which might be controversial. You can do it the other way around if you want to. Doesn't matter. But do one or the other, because then when you nestle your seams, they literally hug each other, and you can easily line them up. And I would pin or clip.
Oh, so would I.
I wouldn't just allow it to do its own thing.
What did you call it? Wing sewing?
Yeah, you know, you say that you wing it.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, in
Don't.
sewing, yeah, don't do it.
Don't wing
I
it.
do wing sew quite a bit, but not when I need things to be in alignment, so I don't have to then unpick. So that's what I would do.
Yes.
And then you're just going to stitch that together. So, and because you're making two identical ones, you could do them at the same time.
Yep.
And actually making the blocks is, you could easily do all the blocks for this quilt in one day, I think.
Really?
Yeah, easily.
Would you have time to stop for a sandwich?
I don't do sandwiches.
Time to stop for anything?
I don't do lunch normally.
No.
No, yeah, I'm not a food person.
I would
cooking,
stop.
but-
Well, yeah, I
And
often
cups of
forget
tea.
to eat.
I do have a lot of cups of tea.
I just said that for a laugh.
What?
I often forget to eat.
Yeah.
No, but when I'm sewing, and I
Laura
get
picked
into
herself
it,
off the floor. Yeah.
Yeah,
laughing.
yeah. I do. But yeah, no, you could stop for lunch.
Yeah, of course you can stop. You can stop as much as you like. And you don't have to do it in a day. You can take as long as you would like for this. I think for quilting, it's not about the time it takes. It's the fact that you have enjoyed the process.
Definitely.
If you're not enjoying it, my advice is to walk away and switch the machine off and come back to it when you're ready. Don't, I won't be unpicking that. That's okay.
Is that all right? Hey.
It's not bad, is it? Not bad. It's getting there. Yeah. Don't mind that one. So then you're just going to press that as well. So you get a nice press, and always press as you go. If you are a beginner, that is another piece of advice that I would pass on, is that if you press as you go, and I mean properly press, not just wing it, hover an iron around it, it makes such a difference to the final outcome.
Yes.
And I think that's true of all sewing projects.
Yeah.
And then we're going to put on this beautiful fuchsia lotus spot. Again, this is on the side, so make sure you've got your block oriented the right way round before you put it on. But using the fuchsia lotus spot as well brings out the fuchsia tones in the squares, and you've used it in your centre of your sashing. And you can do either side first and then your top and bottom. Obviously not your top and bottom, it's the block's top and bottom.
Such a lot of fabric in this kit, it really is. It's a great way of getting almost the whole collection. Remember, there's one fabric missing. It's the pink version of the passion flower, but we have got the pink passion flower fabric on its own. So if you wanted to get the kit in order to get the whole collection, just get yourself a ½ metre of the passion flower in pink. The detail on screen is for the missing fabric, and that will be for ½ metre. Now, you don't get ½ metres of everything in the quilt kit, of course. It would be daft, that would be far too much fabric. You've got just what you need, but that is a nice way of getting all the fabrics into your collection if you missed out on the mega bundle. In terms of this quilt kit though, last few chances. You get your pattern included, your white on white is Liberty, all of your fabrics are Liberty, even that substitution is Emily Bell. Gorgeous. You've got a busy rest of the day, Susie?
Yeah, very busy. Yes.
Sewing, dog walking?
all of that plus allotment.
Ah, very good, very good.
Because I wasn't able to go up yesterday, so I've got to go up there today.
Gotcha. Harvesting?
We've had quite a few strawberries, loads of rhubarb. There's a few peas ready. Our peas have not been good this year. I didn't plant as many as I normally do, but we're on a big maintenance thing at the moment. So.
Well, I hope you have a lovely afternoon.
Yeah, and everybody.
Yes.
I hope everybody does.
Yes, indeed. We have run out of time, unfortunately. But there's still a chance to get that quilt kit. Do check out your basket and save yourself £40. Get your hands on this fabulous fabric before it sells out forever. Susie, when are you back?
I am back on the 5th of July.
Hurrah! Fantastic. Well, we'll see you in July then.
You will.
That's a Saturday?
It is a Saturday, yeah, and then I've got another show in the middle of July as well.
Okay, cool. We'll look forward to it.
Yes.
Right, well, safe journey home and
And
enjoy your
you.
time on the allotment. I hope the sun shines for you.
Well, I think it's going to.
Gorgeous. Right, we are going to go to a very short break now, but when we come back, I am joined again by Katrina from Rowand Dean Embroidery for another gorgeous hour of freestyle, wonderfully relaxed and delicious embroidery. So please don't go anywhere.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the plate, the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
It's a bit premature then. Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined again by Katrina Whitten from Rowand Dean. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Fabulous, fabulous first hour. We've got completely new things for the second hour.
We have.
Now, it might be worth grabbing a couple of things that have been very, very popular to start with. Shall we start with Buttercup Meadow? Is that the... no, that's not the sheep. Is that this one here? Buttercup Meadow, yes, this has been flying out. Now, this is sort of traditionally framed in your version, but would this go in one of the smaller...
Yeah, it's fine. You just extend your stitching.
Great.
You just tack a sort of 5-inch circle over the shape, and then you stitch to that.
Fab.
You know.
So this is really gorgeous. Yeah, this is Buttercup Meadow. You've got all the little buttercups, you've got the poppies, and a sort of bucolic landscape.
It is. I mean, this time it's worked on a cotton background, and then you just put the piece of green organza over the print, and a little bit for the sky, and I've cut a couple of slithers, and that's to form the clouds. And then you do all the stitching through all the layers. I think there's a layer of yellow organza too, just to give it a little bit. So you're not covering the whole surface of the fabric, you're leaving a little bit of gaps, and then add the treasure afterwards.
Yes, and this is easy stitching, isn't it?
Really, really easy. I mean, really, well, there's a little bit of straight stitch in the foreground there, and then a couple of French knots on the cow parsley. And then in the distance, a couple of French knots, a little bit of stem stitch for the horizon. So it's really easy to do.
It's amazing, isn't it, how a few stitches and a few lines give a sense of place.
Absolutely. And then it's buttercups, and you can put more red on, or you can make it all buttercups or all poppies. You know, you don't have to follow just the picture.
Gorgeous. $19.95. It's fabulous value, and you get everything in there to create your stitched piece. So you get your background fabric, which has the basic design printed on it, your organzas, you've got your satin fabrics in the red and the yellow, you've got your overlay. This is interesting.
And they've got a little bit of, I think it's hand-dyed bandage. It's or a muslin type probably.
Yeah.
But it's just to create a little bit of texture in the foreground.
Love that. All your threads, your needles, your treasure, that's the sequins and the beads that you'll need for embellishing, and plenty more besides. And of course, full instructions as well. How you choose to display it is up to you. Here you can see it in a beautiful frame, which looks very, very smart. You could equally put it inside a circular frame, and we have these circular display frames on the show. So that's yummy, really lovely. Lots and lots of you with that in your basket. The sheep in the meadow has also been incredibly popular. I think this could possibly be our first sellout. This is the sheep in the meadow. Everybody loves sheep.
I know, and they're so cute. And they do look at you when you're looking into the field. They look like they're watching what we're doing.
Oh,
yeah, but it's
really
easy stitching again. You know, it's just really straight stitch in different directions. And, you know, the print's got the shape of the hills and the trees. And so the trees are created just with 3 colours, a dark and
Love the
light.
texture that you've created with the French knot hedgerow.
Yeah, it just stands out, and it just gives you that little bit of texture there.
See that texture there? Brilliant. And this shading here as well.
It almost means the sun shining on one side of the design. So that's where the sunny bit is. So you put more of the lighter green on that area. But you know, the step-by-step instructions in there, and then you could frame it on a smaller hoop. But I think it shows more of the landscape on the 5-inch.
Agreed. Brilliant value. $15.95 for the kit, and all you need to add in for this is one of these display hoops, and these are $4.65. We've got them on the website. If you have a look, they've already been on today's show, so there'll be, you know, what's been on today. You'll see those $4.65 for the 5-inch ones. Those are absolutely flying out. Gorgeous. All right. Let's do roadside foxgloves. Oh, this is pretty again.
So again, you've got a little bit of organza in the distance, but it's got the fabulous tall spires of the foxglove. That's a lovely design. Part of the miniatures, part of the miniature range. So there's a whole collection of those, and they're just great if you've got a little bit of time, or, you know, or you're doing it as a gift for somebody. They're just very quick, easy designs, just mostly straight stitch, maybe one.
I think
or two
it's ever
French
so
knots.
clever how you've used the organza to create this. It looks to me almost painted background.
It does, and I think, you know, you'll get some blue and some pink in there as well if you want to make and have a sky. And add some texture in the foreground with the organzas.
And yes, you do get a little bag of treasure, a little bag of beads of various different kinds. All your threads are pre-sorted. What is phenomenal, actually, and you have to do this, but it's great for the consumer, great for us as customers, is you sort all, I mean, this is under £15, but it's all sorted, and this is all in-house.
All in-house.
This is you sorting beads and thread.
You know, in-house. I have a little bit of help, but it means, I think for stitching it, it's rather than a jumble of threads, it's much nicer to be able to select them and keep them. It keeps them nice in the packet and everything. So I think we've always done that. So there are sort of the cards for this size, you know, the hooks and the card will fit into certain size packaging, and then for the more textured ones, there'll be a bigger card for that. So it works. It makes it fun to do and not just sorting the threads.
Yeah, absolutely. You can jump straight in, can't you? I don't like having to sort threads. Brilliant. And printed fabric as well. This again is on a cotton fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, and I think that brings out the colours on this design.
It's lovely. Very affordable as well, $14.95. Just add in one of those 5-inch hoops to display it in. Right, next up we're going to do the Poppy Meadow pincushion, which this is the finished sample.
That's right, yeah.
And then this is the kit.
This is the kit. So this is
a different kind of pincushion.
I know. Well, sometimes you might want, you know, if you've got you're stitching, you don't want a little tiny thing. You want to keep, you know, make it into something that you like to look at, and that you're going to keep your pins and your scissors. And on this particular design, it comes with a magnet. So inside there are magnets inside, so that you can rest your pincushion, or you can, if you want to display it on a stand, then you can see the design as well. And you know, you've got plenty space to put the pins. You know, you can cover that with the pins. Again, the design's printed on.
Yep.
And then it's mostly straight stitch, a couple of French knots, few use of beads there, but everything's there. We've got, you know, straight stitching for the poppies, a little bit of the satin there for poppies. But, you know, it's like a poppy field. You can add as many or as few as you wish. I mean,
well, I love how you've used the little red sequins as poppies as well, so it's really mixed.
And a couple of sort of teal and green mix, just to bubbles in the distance, in a couple of sequins. You know, so really, I mean, I know that some people do frame it as a piece anyway, don't make it into a pincushion.
Sure.
But, you know, I think it's sometimes quite nice to have a useful thing.
I agree.
As well as a decorative picture. It's quite nice to do that.
Lots of you are loving it. Over 20% of the stock's gone. This is stitched on that beautiful wool fabric that you have woven for you too. Obviously, the scissors and pins aren't included. You add your own. But if you want to get the basic kit, we do have a kit that has your embroidery scissors. So if you're new to this would be really useful to get. If you're not new to this, I would grab them. You get your 2 different sizes of spring hoop, and these are your working hoops for actually working the design, stitching the designs in. Much, much quicker and easier to layer up your design. And you've got the larger size there as well. You get both, and you get your pair of beautiful vintage style embroidery scissors as well. So that would be really, $13.99, fantastic. Been very, very popular. Well done if you got yours. So that's our pincushion, very pretty. Let's do the Daisy Meadow cards kit. Oh, yes. So this is a different way of using your embroidery, isn't it?
So I think you've got to be able to, you know, not just do pictures, and I think cards are something that everybody treasures when they get one. So Daisy Meadow, there are 6 individual designs, so it's worked on the wool fabric, and then obviously you're going to stitch the 6, and then you're going to put those into the cards. So the cards and the envelopes are in the kit.
That's fabulous.
And you've got everything, so you can do them as the instruction, or you can embellish. You'll have a whole load of threads and ribbons and organza. Lovely. So that's quite a nice collection. You know, a bit like a cornfield. You've got butterflies there, you know, poppies. You know, you've got a lot of things that you can use.
Well, like you say, treasured if you give them as cards, but also you could frame these as 6 individual.
You could definitely frame them,
or perhaps even make them up into lavender pockets.
Yeah, that would work. You know, because you can use any fabric for the backing. So I think it's a nice idea. So it's worked on 6. On one piece of fabric for the 6 designs. And I think easy stitches, looking at it, you know, you've got same stitches, a few French knots, a couple of straight stitches,
they're
maybe
also
lazy daisy, and they're all different, but they're all on the card so that you're using textures. If you've not done it before, it's quite a nice project as a trying out to see whether you like to do this kind of freestyle stitching.
Just look at all the texture on this one.
A little bit of ribbon gathered up there, and then obviously you've got a little bit of a few sequins on there.
Exactly, just that bit of sparkle as well. So clever. Where do you get all your ideas from?
Oh, I don't know. Gardens, fields, meadows, everywhere. Yeah, I mean, we live in a great part of the world, but there are great parts all over the British Isles. So whenever you go somewhere, you can see ideas. You're on a walk, you can see the poppies in the fields. You can see meadows are really quite popular. Take lots of photographs. Meadows are everywhere at the moment, aren't they? You look at all the Chelsea and all the things. I think it's a lovely way of bringing it into your home and just stitching a little bit of a meadow.
Yeah, and great value too, $29.95 for 6 projects. We're going to do Cornflower Meadow next. Cornflower.
That's one.
This one here. Oh yes, very, very pretty. That.
I mean, this one's just stunning. Being the colours here, I think, are fabulous.
Yes.
The sort of buttercup type flowers, almost like marigolds. You've got the cornflowers, and that's just really a little bit of organza gathered up. And then we've got poppies again. So again, organza poppies just folded, and then a few beads, and then a knitting yarn there, just to give the effect of the grasses. So it's all simple stitches, and the outline's on the fabric. So you work through, basically this one, you work through the horizon into the foreground, and then add the texture afterward. A few sequins, a few beads, lots of bees.
Lots of bees.
Lots of bees.
Yes.
And then that will fit into the 7-inch display hoop, and the 7-inch working hoop, the sort of bluey coloured one. So really easy to do. I like the pearl beads there and a couple of the blue ones.
Yeah,
so you can make them add more or less. You can be very minimal, or put the whole lot on. Put the whole lot on and lots of bees. And then the sky is just organza that's sprayed.
No, it's gorgeous. I think that one in particular, when you think of, I mean, it's a cornflower of yesteryear, isn't it?
Yeah.
When there weren't pesticides and things like that, where poppies, cornflowers, daisies would grow naturally in amongst the corn or in amongst the wheat, and you'd get the amazing kind of just the look across a meadow.
I think, and it's just so uplifting when you see all of that nature together. Really,
it's gorgeous. I think a lot of farmers now are being encouraged to rewild areas on their farm. So we may well see this kind of thing in real life again. But if you can't wait for them, get yourself the Rowand Dean embroidery kit and make your own.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
Absolutely.
Now, cow parsley meadow. Cow parsley meadow. Is it this?
The pinky one.
This one. Oh, this. Wait till you see this. This is absolutely stunning. I can't put it down because I want to show you. Look.
It's sparkle, isn't it?
That is amazing.
When you see that in the hedgerow or in a meadow,
Yeah.
cow parsley is just fabulous. It's one of those plants that you can never get enough of. I think.
Exactly.
And it's a great weed if it's in your garden. I don't take it out.
Exactly. That is a wildflower.
Yeah.
That is definitely not something I would call a weed. Isn't that stunning, though?
And the red campion there with the sequins, they just shine in the sunshine. So it's a really nice design to do, and add a few beads, add a few buttercups in there with the beads as well.
And do you see that amazing texture as well? I just think this is the kind of thing that you will so enjoy making, but also enjoy in your home forever, because every time you look at that, you kind of see something different, don't you?
Yeah, and I think once you've had a go at a couple of the stitches, it's so easy. I mean, I think in that one, it's exactly the same stitches as the other one, except there might be a couple of fly stitches there as well.
Stitch?
So fly stitch is the one that looks a little bit, when we get to demo, we'll be able to do a fly stitch. So really, all the rest, it's very, very easy to do. And then the last thing that you do is add all the sequins and things.
Oh, I'd be very
I know,
impatient to put those on.
I know. I say,
as
put
you
it
well
on,
know.
Put it on the end, and then I think, no, I've just got to get some on. Got to get some on now.
Exactly, exactly. I think Meadow Jewels are last. This is our largest finished design as well. $37.95, but just look at that.
So
wow.
I mean, it's all the same stitches and the same combination, you know, that lovely Jameson yarns, the variegated threads, the little bits of organza, which are meant to be seen, you know, not covering them up. Some great big wooden beads and glass beads as well. So basically for this design, I say to, you know, you're going to work it in that hoop, and you're probably going to work one side, and then you'll work the other side, and then put the larger beads on.
They go
afterward.
on last.
They go on last. But look
Just
at those.
Look, there's your palette. That's stunning. That's stunning. And then your treasure.
Look at it's just so lovely to have as much, and it's almost got in the distance. You can almost see the wind blowing it, and it's the bubbles of the teal and the green beads there, and a few French knots in that.
Or even like the seeds being blown in the wind as well. You sometimes see them. I'm just going to show you this. Look at that array of organza that just creates all that beautiful shimmer. And then, of course, your printed wool fabric. And this is special fabric too for a special embroidery. This is wool that's been woven in Lancashire, especially for you.
And it actually takes 3 months to make, because they start. Really? So you know, from when we order it, it's 3 months before it arrives.
Gosh.
So it's just handmade with love, really, and it's beautiful to stitch on.
Yeah. Do you know, we are so lucky here at Sewing Street because our guests are passionate beyond measure about what they do, and you bring all of that to us here. We're lucky to have you. Thank you.
But it's a lovely design to do.
I agree.
Even if you've never stitched before.
Is this a British blue butterfly?
It's a common blue.
Is it a common blue?
Butterfly.
Gorgeous.
And then obviously loads of bees on there, and a few sequins. So if you're not too sequiny, then you could always just add French knots to secure the organza.
Oh,
and it's on an art board, a canvas.
Oh,
you know, so you can, if you wish, just have it framed, and they're quite reasonable to get.
You can get these really cheaply, can't you? In sort of discount bookshops, they often have these.
And I like the look of it without the frame. But my friend, she has them in her daughter's nursery, and she's had it framed with a cream frame. So you, depending on where you're going to put it afterwards.
You can be more formal, you can be more informal.
It fits in lots of decor.
That is absolutely gorgeous. If your heart is in the country, wherever you live, have that. And it just gives you that sort of hint. A lovely new home gift. Absolutely. Beautiful to work.
Yeah.
But also, if someone's never embroidered before, they could enjoy making this.
Absolutely. And it's just what we say. If you love the design, go for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's bigger or if it's small. If you love the design, that's what makes you finish it.
That's the reason for doing it.
So, have a go, and we have lots of customers who've done that, and on Instagram, all the pictures are just look fabulous.
And I bet amaze themselves at what they're able to
when you say,
achieve.
you'll be able to do it, but then they say, I can do it, so, and I really enjoyed it. So that's good for us to hear, really.
And it's such a thrill when you're the one that thought, I don't know if I can do this, but I'll give it a go. And then you make it and you do it. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. I would like to just mention again the basic embroidery kit, which I think everybody needs. Even if you're buying nothing else from today's show, I think this is such a great combo and such a great price. You've got your 2 sizes of working hoop, 5-inch and 7-inch. Lots and lots of you coming in for that. It's very, very easy to set up, very quick to set up as well. And then you've also got a pair of really lovely embroidery scissors there for cutting your threads. Just a great set, and for $13.99, I think it would be rude not to.
It's a great hobby, and I think once you've got the basic toolkit, and then we've got another one where you've got a box of flower head pins and a chenille pebble.
Oh yes,
and
we've got that here. Let me grab that.
So that's if you're putting the organza down.
Yep.
The pins are a long pin. And that holds it in place. And then if you want different assorted needles, you know, you've got those there. And then if you get carried away and make more than one pin because you've got another magnet, but it's quite good if you've got your work in a hoop and you've got a sort of magnet either side. You can rest your needle, you can rest your scissors on the frame.
And you get that included too.
And that's included. So that's quite a nice, you know, really, you don't. It's not like you need masses of equipment to do this hobby.
Embroidery is a good one, isn't it? It's a low-cost hobby.
It's low cost, but it's very portable and you can stitch anywhere.
You really can. You really can. Beautiful. That's $11.99 for your pack of flower head pins. You've got your magnet set there as well, and you've got your John James pebble with chenille needles in. And these are going to be particularly useful for any of you.
Yeah, but I mean, all the kits have the two needles in, a chenille needle and a bead needle, type of bead needle. But if you know, some people would like to find it easier with a larger needle or a smaller. You've got a selection there.
Katrina, some people are a little bit, you know, easy to lose their needles.
Well, there's a few in there. And every kit, you get some with every kit.
Fabulous. Right, that's all of the kits.
Okay.
Can we do a little bit of demo?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just going to get my things arranged. So the first one we're going to have a look at is...
Can I move you over a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is around there? Okay. So the first one, this is the pin cushion.
Oh, yes, let me grab the
original.
The actual one. So that's this fabulous cushion.
So we'll look at the design first. So in your kit, you will get the backing fabric. You'll get the card mount for the base.
Oh, we get the base too.
For the base. You get the fabric wadding so that you're going to cut layers, and that's what creates that domed effect after you. But the first thing to do is to do your stitching. You've got all the colours on the thread card again and again. They're sort of really nice, beautiful colours. I mean, I love the reds there that are sort of multicoloured. You've got a few sparkly ones, and you've got colours for the butterfly, and then a lot for the bees. So we tend to put a lot more on for bees now because I think put loads on, loads on. And then you've got a beautiful thread here, and that's for the cornflower. So it's variegated, as you know, as going. So really, you've got everything there to play with. And then for this design, you could. I mean, the first thing is to put the organzas over the print and just pin them on and then tack them in place. So tacking is just where you're using a temporary stitch. That'll come out at the end. It's just so that you haven't got too many pins in your design when you start to work. You could either work it in the 7-inch or you could work one side and then the other, whichever suits. You've got both of them, you can choose. So I'm just going to take... So to use the hoops, you put the hoop on the flat surface and then just hold the spring like that, and then you're just going to turn that round. And then you just keep the spring. If it starts to, you know, you release the tension of it, then you just move the spring, and that's plenty. I think it's easier than a wooden, you know, tambour. I think this is much easier to use, and it's quite nice to hold, you know, being this. So I'll just get the first one. So the first thing really is you're going to just take one of the threads. In the instructions it'll say which ones.
So you use the threads as they come off the card. You don't split them.
Oh no, I definitely split them some of the time. So if you were reading the instructions, it would say use number 5, use 3 strands, 6 strands, 2 strands. So, and then if it's a wool or something, it'll just say use as it is. All right,
Gotcha.
so that you know there are some that definitely work better when they're finer. You know, it's not all with 6 strands.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I might just move it to the other bit.
I've done a lot of cross stitch in the past, so my automatic sort of is to split them, but you don't.
But we don't always. I think I like a mixture of textures, and so I would use a mixture. And
thread, isn't it?
It is, and I would definitely put a knot, but you don't have. You don't have to put a knot if you don't want to. You know that it's your if you're used to knot working.
We're not apologising for putting knots in, though, are we?
Or making it messy on the back. I don't care about that. So anyway, you can when you've got your organza on there, you can see the print.
You can.
You'll definitely very clearly see that, and then you're just going to do a giant stitch, the full length of the print, and that's going to really grow quite quickly. And as you go through there, it'll create
When
grasses.
you're doing your consumer shows, do you get time to sit and sew, or are you just constantly busy?
Sometimes, well, I hope I'm busy all the time, but no, some of the time I get a chance to. Sometimes I take a new design that I'm doing.
Sure.
I like to show people and then actually to show people how to do the stitches. So, you know, we can have a go. And I think it's, as well as that, I think it's good to see things part stitched.
Yes.
Because when you look at the finished, you think, wow, that's lovely, but will I be able to do that? So I like to show that it's easy and that you can see how it's done. So once you've got a couple of lines there, then you're just going to fasten off that thread. And then all that you would do is then take the next colour, and you're building up a collection of messy grasses, really. All right, so that's going to messy grasses, and you're building layers of colour with all the different colours, and you'll get a lot of texture there. And then
when you've stitched something, do you ever pull it out because you think, oh no, this isn't right, or do you just keep adding?
Just keep adding. And then I think the only time I would say don't take it out is if you've had it up and you've looked at it for a few days, and then you think, I just don't like that bit, because it might be it's not far enough into the design, and it might, you know, you might be able to, you know, add a bead or add something over the top. So probably just carry on stitching, you know, and that'll get you some good ideas. Now this one here, this is quite nice. So this one's a variegated thread, and you can use. It will say in the instructions how many. So you can either separate them as 3, or if you want to, you can take them down one at a time. And it's probably not going to play ball now. I'll just take. It's not doing it, and then I'll just take part of it. Okay, so once you've. There'll be plenty of thread in there if you do that.
Which I would.
Yeah, so that's fine. Okay, so you're just going to take a little bit of the colours, and then I'm just going to do satin stitch now. Satin stitch. Don't worry about that.
Scares me a little bit.
It's not going to be difficult, and you go wherever you've got the print. If you're filling in a shape, then you're just going to go to the outside of the print. The last thing is that you want to use the print. You don't want to see that. So you're going to the outer edge. And as you start to stitch, you'll go over. And if you want to start at one side and work to the other, that's fine. Sometimes it's just as easy to do one half and then the other. Don't want it to look too stripy. And just take that through. And all the shapes will be different sort of sizes for poppies. And then
so you just bring in those stitches so they run parallel to each
other. So I'm going over the back as well. I'm not going to stitch it side to side. I want the padding. I want it to be a little bit raised. So I'm coming from the back and then over all the way through.
Got you.
So you'll just take that through. And once you've done a couple of those, if you want it to be a little bit higher, you can go over the surface again and make it into padded satin stitch. But that probably looks okay.
Yeah.
So you can raise the surface.
That didn't look scary at all.
It's not scary, it's easy.
I remember trying to do satin stitch at school, you know, and it just all being a bit lopsided and a bit sort of almost like a fan rather than straight. I kept on going back almost to the same point, and do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes it. But I think it's time to just have a go.
I'm an adult now, aren't I,
you
Katrina,
should
at
be
the
all
end of the
right.
day. I just need to get over myself.
Okay, so now we're going to just do a little French knot in the centre of the poppy. All right, so this is French knots that we've done earlier, but 3 strands here. So keep your work in the frame and hold the thread above the surface of the fabric, of the background, you know, really higher. So you're just going to go around once, twice, and then as you turn the needle, you're going to take it point down, but not exactly into the same place, almost like one thread over. And then as soon as you've pushed the needle through, you can then tighten that, and that's sort of secret really, is to keep that, and then just gently pull that through, and then you've got the knot inside.
Yeah.
So really, really easy to do, and you can add some of them off centre so they look like the poppies looking the other way. And then we're going to do some fabric ones.
That's one done at normal speed.
Yeah,
done a few of those, haven't you?
How many million? How many million, probably. So that's it. The rhythm of the stitch changes. The more you do it, the easier it
Cool
gets,
though, isn't
really.
it? What you can do with 4 or 5 stitches.
I know.
And some fabulous inspiration from Rowand Dean. Do you design all of the kits, Katrina?
All of the kits, yeah. I mean, we have been going quite a long time.
Go on, tell me more. How long?
So, I'm not. It's a lot of years. It's plus 30, yeah. So I think we started in 1986, something like that.
Gracious.
So we have been going a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard of Rowand Dean.
I mean, Rowand Dean was the house that my mum was born in Scotland. So originally, it was my mum and I, and Ted and my dad that started the business all that long ago. So who'd have thought? You know, it's good. So Rowand Dean is, you know, it's the house that my mum grew up in. So that's why it's called Rowand Dean. Okay, so we'll just have a look at this. Now this is the satin. So what you have to do is cut a bad circle. Don't be good at it. So you want to have.
Is that an order?
Yeah. So as soon as you take you just thread that onto there, and then you can add the French knot, and just take the fabric, and you can build up a couple of poppies in different shapes. So you want. Don't be good. They're not round circles. Just have them so that you can change.
No, they're very
the shape.
Deliberately not.
They're definitely not.
Don't be die cutting these.
Oh no! It's got to be freestyle, and you know, don't just do that. And these scissors will be quite good for doing the satin.
Oh, those are the scissors from the kit, aren't
So
they?
those are the scissors that we recommend. That you need sharp scissors, and you know, sometimes you've got projects. Don't want masses of expensive scissors. Just use the scissors. So you're going to go around once and twice, and that's going to give you a really nice poppy there. Okay, so if you've got the magnets in your other set, all that you do is you just place one on each side, and that's going to hold your scissors as you're working, or a couple of pins. So they can, you know, they're really quite good. And then the magnets themselves, as you they stick to everything. Once you take those out, when you're thinking about doing part of this, you're going to put the magnet and then take a little piece, work out where you want the magnet scissors to go. And then you're just going to take the pins and you're just going to pin that on. And eventually, Have you got enough pins in there? Seem to have.
Do you want a couple more?
A couple more. And then you're just going to keep that. And then the next thing to do is just to take inside your kit, you could use a pale blue, and you're just going to do a back stitch all the way around, so that as you stitch, you can see mine underneath.
I can see.
All right, so that's keeping the magnet in place, you know, and it'll hold the magnet quiet. And you get two, so you can have 2 pairs of scissors on there. You know, you can use that. And so that's going to hold that in place. So once you've finished your design, then that's the good thing to do. And then as you start and you're almost finished your design, well, it should be finished, you're just going to take, I'm just going to put that wadding on there. You'd cut it so it's into a variegated lengths and raised, and then you're just going to pin it onto the board. So you'll have the board with the organza stretched over the top, and then you join the two together. So you'll see that piece,
like whip stitch it round the edge.
And just go around where there's thread inside to do that, and that'll create the padded bit.
It's a lovely way to
so
use an embroidery.
Easy. But it's nice to, and it's big, because it's big. I mean, you could make that with the sheep, you could make that with the roadside foxglove. You know, you could make any of those, if you didn't want to do it as a picture. You know, if you've got some bits and pieces, you just need a piece of strong card, and then you can make pincushion.
But presumably, equally, if you didn't want to, if you wanted this as a picture, you could make that as a picture, and then
make another one. You'll have another one, enough to make 2 pictures.
You see where my mind's going with this? A second piece, and you've got enough threads and
you'll definitely have enough threads to do, and you'll have plenty of organza as well. So you can make your own meadow as well.
Ooh,
so that's it. And then
$21.95.
You've also got you'll have on this. I've only brought 2. You'll have the outline drawing on it as well.
Oh, excellent.
So you'll have the outline drawing.
Yeah.
So that's a good one. So I'm going to show you.
It's a great one.
Daisy Meadow.
Yes, please.
Daisy Meadow.
Love
cards.
that.
So let's just have a quick look at this one. So this one is where you're going to do cards.
Yes.
And I think they're great. So in your kit, you will get a whole host of things. You'll get your beads. You'll get the ribbon to create the daisy. You'll get all the lovely organzas, and then you'll get your fabric, and you'll get the cards and envelopes. So that's what it looks like before you start. And you'll have all your colours again and your beads, and then you'll have the organzas. So really, I would say work all the designs before you cut them up.
Yes.
And I think that would be better. But I just want to show you how to do one of the poppies.
It's absolutely phenomenal value as well, because it's just about less than £5 per design. And yes, you can make them into cards and gift, very, very, precious, special cards for people. But equally, you could frame each one, and then you've got 6 framed embroideries for under £30.
Yeah, and it's quite nice to do different designs.
Boxes.
you've got loads to. Yeah, I mean, it's endless, really. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do an organza poppy.
Oh, great.
So the poppy, we've got 2 colours of the red and the orange. Just cut a rough rectangle, and then just fold it in half and in half again. So this time you're going to hold the tip at the point, and then you're just going to take and just round that top. So you've got almost like a cone shape, and then that's going to be pinned onto your poppy with the pins that have. I'll see there's none left now. Should have put the whole on.
In your pincushion.
There
Where
we
it
go.
belongs.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So you're just going to pin those on, And then you're going to take the black thread and just hold that, so stitch to the point, and then you're just going to hold and just make sure that you've got a couple of stitches on there just to hold it in place, and then you can fill the rest of the shape so they've got a black centre, and that's just enough. So there's, whenever I use organza, it's not glued on, it's all stitched. And that's going to give you a nice effect of a poppy. So that's how the poppy on the cornfield meadow works. So I use that technique on the meadow.
That's this one here.
So that's how
which
those
is
are
definitely
done.
one of my favourites.
And then on the cornfield, you'll find that if you take a strip of the organza, about 1 centimetre wide, and then you take one strand.
Because it's almost the law, if you've got poppies, you've got to have cornflowers as well.
You've got to have cornflowers.
They're such a lovely garden flower as well, aren't they?
Beautiful. It's the colours, and obviously you're creating a work of art. Then you can have as many poppies on there or as many beads on there as you wish. So I'm just going to get...
I love that you have that attitude about it, because it means every individual person that stitches your designs can do something unique.
That's right, that's right. You can change it if you don't like that bit. You add more French knots, or you can, you know, have a lot more bees on, you know. Okay, so the organza here. So this is how you do one of the fluffy flowers. So you take the thread, I've got a knot at the end, and I'm just going to do a running stitch all the way down the middle of the fabric. So you go all the way down. And make sure you've got a knot at the end. So as you pull that through, then you're just going to draw that up, and that's going to be your flower. And
Easy as that?
Easy as that. And then just hold all the folds of the fabric, and then you're just going to stitch a couple without getting a knot in it.
Welcome to my world.
So you're just going to stitch a couple of times, and then you're going to attach that wherever it happens to be on your design. And you can actually just take, if you want a smoother flower, you can just trim those threads. Depends what size you want. And then you can attach that with it wherever you want on the cornflowers.
Such a simple technique, but so effective, isn't it?
So you can add those and just bring the thread right through the middle, and that's just going to be enough to hold that on in place.
Fabulous.
So you'll see the same techniques on the flower, exactly the same way of doing that, and you can add more, or you could have, if you don't want it as texture, just put sequins on and a bead.
Yeah, but do add embellishments.
Oh yeah, I think so. And then I think, did we earlier look at fly stitch?
Yes, please. If you could show us how to do a fly stitch, that would be amazing. That's a lot to show us in one day. That's brilliant. I feel like we've learned almost everything we need to know to make.
Well, I mean, you know, you don't need 100 stitches. No. You can create the magic just with a few stitches, and it's the threads that do the work, really. Okay, so fly stitch. So this is very easy to do. You just bring the thread up, hold the thread out of the way, and then you're going to insert opposite and bring the needle towards yourself, tuck the thread underneath, and you've got a giant stitch.
Oh.
So they can look like, they can, the stem can be any length, and then you can add foliage.
Ah, look at that.
And then instantly it looks like plants.
Yeah.
And it's not a plant, you know, so it's just one stitch, and then you can angle those in. And that's giving you, it's so easy to do.
Brilliant. Brilliantly demonstrated. Thank you so much. What a wonderful guest you are.
Thanks.
Look forward to working with you again. It's been terrific.
It's been fun.
It's been really fun. Don't forget to check out your baskets on all your Rowand Dean kits, will you? Now, we need to look at the menu for tomorrow. Vix is presenting. I'm one of her guests. So she'll be kicking off at 8 a.m. with tools and gadgets. Now, at 9 a.m., Sally Ann Harrison is here with George's Miniature Greenhouse and Circle of Friends. I mean, I'm intrigued by the name. At 10 o'clock, we will be making quilts from the country with me, and that includes, and I'm doing my own embroidery tomorrow. Check this out, Katrina. My embroidered quilt, the Fisherman's Catch.
Oh, lovely.
And I've remade a version, actually, with a new range of fabric, which we'll show you next. I did a mini version. This one here.
Gorgeous. That's lovely.
Thank you.
Lovely. Love it.
I didn't actually do the embroidery.
Oh well.
Friend did it for me. But I'll have a go tomorrow. Thank you. Right, that's tomorrow at 10. Then at 11 o'clock, it's the flower stamp cushion and rainbow pouch with Sally Ann Harrison. And then at 12 o'clock, I've got a brand new quilt kit from William Morris. It's called Saffron Grove. Comes in 2 colourways. And I almost couldn't believe that the fabric was William Morris. It's absolutely William Morris. But the colours are so fresh, so not colours I've seen before. I can't wait to share that with you. I think you're going to love it. Anyway, that's tomorrow. But enjoy the rest of today. Shropshire Quilters, I am coming for you. I'm there tonight giving a talk. So if you're going to that talk, I look forward to meeting you tonight. I look forward to working with you again.
Thank you.
And safe journey home. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Take care. Don't go anywhere. It's Hobby Maker up next.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests?